That's what I'm saying.
Because if you look at the financial reports, these are the ones that are done. The ones that have this deviation is 13.
Right.
3.9.
Yeah.
Okay, it talked about the, in 2013, it did 164, it put in 1.45.
wonder if it's in the back on the outside of the door. I don't know.
Simon, if you want to speak, please.
Later, there's another 1.3.
Hi, if you want to speak, please, Simon, what's your numbers?
Yeah.
All this is generated prior to the end of this.
It's in the library.
And that number shows up. It was never reflected in the fire department's budget ever. And I want to show some of this. This is what, I don't know where this came from, but I mean, it's original.
Picking up that, they're gonna do it, so when it's time, you can, the first group will go into their room. After that group's done speaking, then we'll have you go to the overflow and next week. Okay.
You know, the clerk.
Yeah.
It's like, we must have 6 through. I thought it was that. I thought it's 631 now. It's just a
Are we up, Kelly?
$49 million.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Tell me, come look and see.
You guys sign it?
Yeah, show my,
Yours?
Small town politics. Small town politics.
Yep.
We'll be sitting long enough the way it is. And we all got early stuff, so.
So they're gonna have to walk, they're gonna have to go through,
Oh my goodness. Right, you're rearranged.
yeah. Oh, and you're out there a lot.
30, maybe? Already got it costed by Craig Williams, so. Well, I wanted to talk to you, so. Yeah, you got me too.
Oh, did he talk to you a little bit?
The other day you talked to me for
Okay.
2 hours.
Hi there. Are you gonna sign that library? You wanna put?
You can over my house.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Alrighty.
Did it go well?
I'll let you done.
And it wasn't finger pointing at you?
Good.
No.
I don't think so.
Great. You're gonna be, what's
okay.
number 13? Alright. And then hang on to this.
That's fine.
They're gonna be going by color and by number. So you're gonna be the first group.
Didn't hear that. He came over and cussed my wife.
Oh, with megaphone? I heard him say that
And nothing was done?
he was, so I attended the Verdon meeting and, whatever day it was, he was there and he.
He made jokes on Facebook.
And I saw it on Facebook.
Thank you.
Was that addressed to them?
Yeah, it
And
was.
they did nothing.
We went and talked to him, I guess, and then he left, but so my wife threw for her life and put those laughing emojis after him. Gets away with it. He literally screamed at her and my son while they were in my yard, and I was out of town.
You were
Called me
given
names, told me what she could go do with herself.
Oh,
We got it on our security cameras. Yeah. Disappointed to say the least. But that's one egregious silliness that's going on.
No, I left for a reason. Me there, that's all the deputies that I like work with, the ones that work with this.
If I hear anything, I'll let you, I'll give you a secret, Why are you looking at you're in the first group, okay, so we're doing it 30 at a time, okay, based on how many we have. Okay, perfect, okay, thank you, yeah.
You see it all?
Yeah, Bernie.
She chewed my ear off out there earlier today. Oh, yeah. We chewed each other's ear off. She gets me out of town.
Oh, she goes on.
What's your, I guess your ID? You know where I live. You know my name.
Yeah, she was so awesome that national night out.
Put it there. Gonna sign in, sir, you'll be on 15.
I'm saying that for you.
well, they requested that you did it.
Yeah, if we're doing, can you shoot speaker, I did, and we'll take it down.
Are you speaking or not speaking?
The merchandise was
The ones that are gonna be speaking are gonna go there.
Yep.
No, it's showing up upstairs. You're speaking. I think probably in the next 10 or
Please do.
20 minutes.
Hang on to that. That's what that's going for.
speaker now.
So after you're done speaking, right, we have another group. Once you're done, then, as the group is done, the group will come in the overflow and so.
Your name on my scene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got it. People are just waiting outside to see stuff.
Well, Karen. Very much more. Oh, yeah. I was in the stuff by your house and drop off the sign.
you know, I was gonna ask you about that, and, you know, I just got busy, Debbie and I were circulating, things in mailboxes around the village. Somebody else was doing something for the others.
I say, if you
I ended up going ahead and
show up.
Yeah, grab it.
Chief, good, good, yourself? Good.
I got a bonus. Your squad cars, go down Edgewood Avenue. Go out at 40 miles an hour. Just go to the squad car. No lights, no sirens, no nothing. Doesn't look like they're in a version of a get something. And we know a lot of times, it's always. I didn't get someone. Next thing you guys are always good yourself.
Jeff Goodman. Jeff, I'm Patrick Justin. I was looking at it.
But I'm gonna be doing that a lot.
And we won't break the laws.
So it's like getting special chief.
Good, how are you?
That,
How was your trip?
No, I'm biased, but me?
Yeah.
Actually, my wife, down to check out.
Yeah.
That was good. We had a lot of.
How you doing?
I train with firefighters and police officers down at the facility in Champaign.
Did you talk
Told me to give us.
You're for police personnel.
he said your name?
No.
He said meeting.
If I do,
I'm glad you did.
if I don't, I want to stand. No, you go for it. No.
I know you're going to the next meeting, because I know you don't like.
I want to. Good, how are you? So, if you need help, what are you going to do? Wait for workshop? No, next year.
okay.
Just like the rest of us
Well, Johnny will just
No. I told him I was, I told me I had friends on the sheriff's department. Plus, John worked for the sheriff's
I didn't do farm. How's it going? Living the dream, right? Fired up a bit. No, well, I don't know if these are reserved for. Yeah, get out of that seat.
Tony, can you go get our list of the first third? Okay, who's got it? Oh, okay.
I send it.
Is everybody signed in that wants to speak?
Jamie, we have one more seat right here.
There's not much to sit. You must go to Overflow, please.
Katie, seat right there.
Oh, there is,
He just got to go. The guy was sitting here. Just got out. I'm not sure where he went. I'm not sure he went.
We need to support this.
If you intend to speak, you need to sign in. If you do not intend to speak, then you need to go to the
There's not people in line to sit down there.
They will hire you. Because you're on campus, and just because you're on campus. I could sure get it.
just grab a chair and bring it in, so you have something to do.
Does anybody else want an agenda? Agenda, did you guys?
Details on the board.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Thank everybody for coming, TV 58 and all of our folks here. This is the village board meeting. We'll start out with pledge. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, trustee Honaschel.
Present.
Trustee Cole.
Present.
Of course, the attorney Gilbert, myself, President Goodman, Clerk Kellner. Here. Trustee Long. Here. Trustee Grover. Here. Trustee Lewandowski. Okay. We are going to move the order around a little bit to accommodate a few things. We're going to go down to reports first, so that if our staff would like to move on, they can.
I
So-
would like to make the motion to have public comments and resolution agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, any comments from anyone on the board?
I think the reason that we were going to go through the reports first was to accommodate some of the village staff that wouldn't necessarily be here for the rest of this. Is there a reason otherwise, to the otherwise?
Just so the public doesn't have to sit in case some of the information takes a little longer.
What we're gonna move up is the reconsideration of the proposed contract for the village of Vernon for the police coverage with the Washington County Sheriff's Department. And we will talk about that for a little bit. And then give the public time to make their comments before we go into number B. So that will give the board members time to listen to public comments. What do you want to do with your motion?
I say vote on it.
Okay, so a second. He seconded it, yes. Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Opposed? No. I didn't hear it on the vote.
No.
So that is voted down. We'll move forward with the reports, fire department.
All right, we had 16 calls for the month, 130 for the year. This Saturday is our Bags Cornhole Tournament fundraiser. We'll be in the Village Park from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the police department. This is in conjunction with Fire Prevention Week. Our event will be on the baseball diamond and the pavilion in the Village Park. People can sign up for the event on our Facebook page. We want to thank our sponsors for their support and promotion. This year's Fire Prevention Week campaign is Cooking Safely Starts With You. Pay attention to fire prevention not only October 8th through the 14th, but every day of the year. This is also a good time to replace your batteries on your smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. We continue to receive equipment through our Flex grant. We will need to have the $135 entirely spent by the end of the year.
Any questions for John? Okay, thank you, John. And thank you for your help setting this meeting up. Appreciate it. Okay, we move on to the library report. Carla is helping out with getting the program set up in the fire bay. So you have your report in front of you. Police report. John?
Good evening, everyone. Monthly reports are in front of you. One fraud complaint, one drug-related offense, one disorderly conduct, one other stalking complaint, one dumping, totaling 5 offenses. One adult arrest, 76 traffic stops, 70 traffic citations, with 36 of those being on Highway 164 and 23 being on Edgewood Avenue.
2 non-traffic citations and 1 parking citation. A total of 359 calls for service, with 122 business check calls, checks, enter patrol, 3 traffic accidents that we responded with, the fire department for 5 calls. Items of note are on the next page while I continue. Salvage vehicle inspections for the month of August for the month of September was 46, with 46 completed, for a total inspection for 2023 of 300, scheduled with 287 completed. Earned revenue at this point for salvage inspections for 2023 is $24,720 has been billed. Assisting other agencies was 12 hours and 39 minutes this month of September. I'd like to continue my report with some information that I worked on this month based on everything going on. And I'd like to thank you for your time. It's been a privilege and an honor to serve as the Chief of Police for such a great community for almost 10 years. This community of 3.3 square miles and just under 1,500 residents has a great deal to offer for residential property, from residential property to industrial properties and commercial businesses and schools, as well as our parks, boat launch, and baseball fields. Our department works daily to make sure everyone who lives, works, and travels in and through our community is safe. We strive to provide the finest police service with the highest ethical and professional standards to all citizens, businesses, and visitors of Big Bend. The Big Bend Police Department, as well as most people in this room, learned of the law enforcement services being contracted with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department at the board meeting last month on September 7th. This came as a shock to the department for several reasons. Number one, in July of this year, the proposed budget for the police department for 2024 was submitted. This budget was approximately $500,000. Notably in that budget, this budget added a second full-time police officer position. This was to restore the staffing to the level only a few years that we had a few years ago, not to create a newly created position. Number two, on August 15th of this year, the police union met with the finance committee to submit the officer's request for a new contract. There were also working agreement requests submitted to the committee for the sergeant and chief position. No negotiations for the contract or working agreement took place. The finance committee merely advised they would take it under consideration, and there was no mention of any talks going on with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department to try to change their services. It should be noted that there has still not been any meetings, negotiations, or discussions from the village on the contract or working agreements with the police department with any of the parties involved since the proposals were made. One big question, how can the decision be made to eliminate the police department without first attempting to find ways of reducing costs or increasing revenues? In an attempt to reach an agreeable budget, I met with the deputy treasurer after making several concessions to the proposed budget request. I have submitted a revised 2024 plan. This includes removing the second full-time police officer requested during the original budget and reducing wage increases for the police officer contract and working agreement for the sergeant in chief to 6%. The new budget request for the police department for 2024 would be $438,123. The net totals after revenues, but not including citation revenues, would be $405,746. This is an increase of just $6,610.19 from the current year budget, or 1.81%. Members of the police union and management have both tentatively agreed to these wages based on the 6% increase. It should be noted that this budget also includes expected overtime and backfilling based on previous year's expenditures, including covering costs for Rumble by the River. This also includes all other budgetary items. It should be highlighted that this budget provides the residents of Big Bend a minimum of 112 hours per week of patrol, which is dedicated to the 3.3 square miles of their village. With the proposed sheriff's contract, the residents of Big Bend would pay half the cost of 96 hours of patrol spread over 2 communities in a total area of over 33 square miles. This creates a disparity to the citizens of Big Bend, as the village's geographical area is roughly 10% of the total patrol area proposed in the contract, causing the members of the village to pay half of the contract for approximately 10% of the patrol time, or 9.6 hours per week. Next, I'd like to talk about revenues from the Big Bend Court and salvage vehicle inspection from 2014 to 2023, August 31st. The Big Bend Police Department has written 11,577 citations. The total amount due to the village of Big Bend Court is over $1.5 million. It was the same year as the total paid to the Big Bend Village Court is $1.4 million, with an outstanding balance of due of just over $185,000. In addition, we have the salvage vehicle inspection, which is also a big part of our revenue. We started our salvage vehicle inspections in 2018, and it's continued through 2023. To date, we've earned $134,146 in salvage vehicle revenues, not including September. If you take the $1.4 million from paid revenue to the Big Bend Court based on citations, or $134,145, that's over $1.5 million generated by the police department. Next, I would like to talk about citations. I was going to talk about all the years of citations since 2014, but I'll just talk about 2023 and 2022. Currently, for the year of 2023 through August 31st, based on our records, we've written 622 citations in the village of Big Bend. In the town of Vernon, which we know they have one contract car, 5 hours or 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, so they have less patrol hours. But even if you take that squad and multiply it by 2.8, which would equal the same amount of patrol hours that we would have, that would equivalent to 210 citations for the year to date versus our 622. If you take that same formula for the year of 2022, we had 733 citations. Based on Vernon's records of how many citations Vernon wrote, they wrote 87 citations in 2022. If you calculate that at 2.8%, I'm sorry, times 2.8, that would still equal 243 citations for year to date if you added that, which would still be well under our 733 citations. I'd like to also talk about things that we provide to our community and other duties and events that we cover. We cover Rumble by the River with our police department, National Night Out, Halloween, Big Bend Elementary School High Interest Days, Forever in Our Hearts Run. We participate in library events, and also fire department events. We attend the monthly meetings as necessary. We also provide assistance at crossing guard duty and do crossing guard duty when the crossing guard is sick or can't make it, as well as monitoring the intersection due to the high volume of traffic and close calls with our children crossing the street at 164 in Edgewood. We conduct all the background checks for applicants, for bartenders, solicitors, and permits. One thing we also do is visit residences during birthday parties for children as requested by the parents. There's former board members that are no longer with us that actually are officers that visited their residence because they requested it for a birthday party for their child during COVID. And we've also did several other ones during the COVID event. We also conduct housification checks, fingerprinting. We participated in Touch a Truck event, school safety and lockdown drills, and as I stated earlier, the salvage vehicle inspection, which we are the only department in the area that conducts them, that it has produced $134,000 in revenue. We also participate in the drug take-back. In ending, I'd like to say that the service that we provide to the citizens of the village is well worth the cost of the village, or to the village, and I recommend that we do not pass the sheriff's contract this evening. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions, comments, or complaints?
Anybody? Okay, we'll move on. President's report, nothing at this time. Public Works, he will include this month's along with next month's. As you know, they have been working on Big Bend Drive, and that is now complete. Report from professional services? Nothing at this time. Okay, we will move down to number 6. And I will actually make the motion to reconsider the proposed contract for the Village of Vernon for police services with the Waukesha County Sheriff. So, can I get a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, any comments on that?
I don't think we should be looking at this contract right now.
This is to reconsider, discuss it, and basically see what we want to do. So
I would prefer to hear the public comments.
you're gonna get those in just a minute. So, all in favor? Aye. Okay, now we will move back up to item. Okay. So then, thank you. So now we will take and I'll make a motion to rescind the previous action on the contract. So do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes. Okay. Now we'll move on to public comments. If you want to speak, you need to be signed in. We have an order here, 1 through how many ever folks signed in. It's a 2-minute time limit, so, feel free to come up and give your comments. No need for yelling, no need for bad language or anything like that. We have ladies in the crowd and some gentlemen that may not like it. We have people we're on camera, so we may have children at home, plus it's unnecessary. Give your comments. The board cannot take and reply to your comments at this time. We will listen to them, and I would suggest the board take notes, and when we go back into session, maybe we can answer some of these questions for you. So, and the sheriff's department also take notes, I assume. So, okay, feel free to go ahead and make your public comments. Like I said, please be respectful. When somebody else is talking, let them talk, and keep everything civil. We don't need any, hoot and hollering, whether you're for it, not for it, whatever it is. Just listen to the comments and go on from there.
Are we going with the number of order if they gave us?
Yeah. So we have the order here, and then we request the folks to, after you've spoken, to go ahead and make room for the other folks so they can come in. The officers will come in and say, please, 1 through 30, move out. We'll go in there, it's all televised, and you can listen to everything. They can come in and give their comments.
Don't worry, Jeff, I'm not gonna yell at you.
That's okay.
I have been in contact with Jeff and Tony and a couple other trustees, so I'm not gonna say everything. A lot of people are out there that want to talk. But my name's Craig Lake. I've been a village resident for 48 years. I started out in 1980 regarding the storage of PCBs. I was chairman of that committee. I was appointed to the plant commission. I was a village trustee. I was village president in 1980, and I sat in that seat getting yelled at, just like Jeff's doing tonight. I was village judge for 23 years, and I retired from that in 2020. The last 4 years, we took on the town of Waukesha court system, and I would, when we have court, the citations are, the amendments have to be signed by the judge. I assign a stack like that for the village, and a stack like maybe that, 2 or 3, maybe 5 for the town of Waukesha. And so, I don't know why the town of Waukesha even has a court, they're not making any money on it. So, the one thing that I did see, the town have a lot of it, if there, looks like their citations are high. They have seen some trucks, overweight trucks, that have some pretty big fines on them. The other thing they like to do is go after people for zoning violations, and kind of hurt because there were some older people with some $100,000 fines on them. I had no choice but to, convict them, what I would tell them for, and appeal my decision because I couldn't change it. Okay, Norris Farm, I don't think it was brought up. We have seen kids from Norris Farm in court, but kids don't have any money. Parents aren't around when it was really bad, so there wasn't a lot I could do about them except just talk to them. I know the chief has been down there at Norris Farm because the sheriff's department wasn't around to go down there. I only briefly went through the contract, and I found out tonight, well, you actually told me it was wrong, but it was a great contract.
Okay, wrap up pretty quick, okay, please. But go ahead.
Anyway, you told me that it's the wrong contract, and I thought it was just missing some pages. So I finally got the other pages, and I found out tonight that that is also wrong. Edgewood Avenue, probably the most dangerous road we have in the village, and we need police presence there. I almost got rear-ended today by a guy that started out down by the post office, and I was down on Durand Drive, and he went 25 and he came right up close to me. He was closer than you and I are together. And our police department tries to do this, but my experience with the sheriff's department, and I'm not saying anything against the people, they're great people, and I know some of them personally, but they're not around. They're not around, they can't do their job.
One more item, Greg, is wrapped up, okay?
All right. Well, let me just correct something then. Larry gave a interview to Channel 58 News the other night, and he said this police department only wrote $26,000 worth of citations. It was supposed to be $105,000, and I talked to them tonight, and it was just a miscommunication, so I just wanted to correct that.
Okay. All right, thank you, Greg.
Okay.
Next, we have number 2, Chief Gaglione. You got your done yours?
I already gave my report.
Okay. Okay, we have number 3. Welcome back, Amy.
Thank you very much. Has anybody thought about the safety? Anybody considered about losing the safety of the community, of the, how often can you be in Big Bend? How often can you be at the 5 minutes response time? Rumble by the river, who's gonna support that? Who's gonna take care of that? Are you guys gonna be able to come and support that and give your services in time to that? Or is your boss gonna say, no, it's an event, and it's fair? The crime rate, what about the increase in crime rate? The crime doesn't stop. It doesn't stop anywhere. Look at Milwaukee, crime rate goes up, police presence goes down. Same here. What about Richie's? Papa Stash, what about Kelly's? All of them, they need a response time of less than 5 minutes. Are you gonna be able to give that to them? What about the school crossing guard? Down at Big Bend Elementary. Are you going to be there when the crossing guard can't be? Do you have the manpower to do this? Has anybody thought about that? And I think lastly, I just need to say that I enjoy living here. I recently have reconsidered But has the chief or any of the crime rate increased? Well, wait and see. Thank you very much.
Okay, number 3. I believe it's Chris Lake.
It's actually number 4.
4. Yeah. Oh, yeah, number 4, okay. Right.
So I have a speech. I want to thank Chief Sweetman, actually. When I wrote this, I was thinking about you the whole time, because that's what I remember. So basically, good evening, my name is Chris Lake. For those of you that don't know me, I was born and raised here. I'm a property owner here and I'm a business owner here. And I'm here today, obviously, to discuss the possibility of dissolving the police department. I may be unique in my memory here, but I can remember many years ago at a meeting at the elementary school with a big crowd of people where the residents actually demanded tax increases to get the police department off of one shift. I remember that as a 10-year-old. I don't know exactly how it happened, but that is my memory. And here we are 30, 35 years later, discussing the possibility of going the completely opposite direction. If you read my post on Big Bend Forum, you would know that I believe this community is unique, it's special, and safe because this community is willing to step up, pay for the additional service. We know we can go the other way and have the sheriff control our streets. We know we can be like the other communities, like Vernon, like Town of Waukesha, but we aren't them, we're Big Bend. We like it when people tell us not to speed on Edgewood. We like it when they say we know not to be at 35 at the bottom of the hill. That also means that the people that come to our village know not to come here and cause problems, because they know they're more likely to get caught here than anywhere else. Why are we willing to throw that away? I know Big Bend is a debt ceiling problem, and like most communities, we struggle to meet the budget every year. I understand that I'm not oblivious to these problems, but such a drastic change and such a sharp cut of services will definitely impact this community. I feel in a very negative way. The Sheriff's Department, as well-intentioned as they are, will never be able to give Big Bend the community feel we have with our own police. They'll never be able to service our community, radar our roads, drive through our businesses, check on our homes like the Big Bend Police Department does. It just won't happen. It didn't happen 30 years ago. It's not going to happen today. I did the analysis of the contract. I actually have a board showing that that number doesn't match what the contract says. And if there's a new contract, I don't have it. However, there's no guarantees of service in that contract. There's no service requirements. There's nothing that we value, nothing that indicates anything will be different than what we have in Vernon, where it's patrol and where it's backup for the other Waukesha sheriffs. All the small things, national night out, vacation door checks, business door checks, even there to help with the school every day to make sure there isn't anybody that's going to hurt our kids. None of this is spelled out in the contract, meaning none of it will ever be done with the Sheriff's Department. In reading the contract, all of these items, if they are done, will also be billed back to the Big Bend at time and a half because they are considered the additional items. My interpretation of this contract is that we will continue to pay 80% of our current police budget while only receiving 30% of the services.
Chris,
320.
I'll wrap it up pretty quick.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Even Big Bend Police Department own numbers show that patrol hours will decrease 58% under this plan. And that's assuming that the sheriff spends 50% of their time in Big Bend. Obviously, I'm 100% against the elimination of the police department, completely for it. I did not take this role tonight because I had the time. I did it because I have the history and I do have the love for this community. I understand there may have to be cuts to the police department, and that is a conversation to have, but refining or minimally cutting services is not the same thing
You're way past, Chris.
as eliminating the police department. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5?
I just had another.
You are.
Number 5. Thank you.
What's the name? What's the name?
I don't know.
Okay, number 6?
Everybody in this room
is for the Big Bend Police Department, because somehow they help them out, okay? And I commend you, Tracy and Josh, for sticking up for this community. And the rest of you are an embarrassment to this village. The way you backdoored us in making this decision, this should be up to the community. And for you to pull this out behind our back, or try to, says what you're all about. And you need to take a hard look in the mirror and understand that this village needs the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Seven.
You kind of stole my thunder. You said a lot I was going to say. Thank you, too. Because, like he said, you are doing what is needed for this community. The rest of you, shame on all of you. Shame on you. You know, my parents taught me as a child, if I wasn't supposed to say something out loud, I shouldn't say it in the dark either, because it didn't make it any better. It just made it more shameful. I've lived here for 7 years. And yes, I've been pulled over by the police. No, I didn't like it. But I got what I deserved for what I was doing. And I enjoyed the fact that they were there to protect the rest of the community. I don't enjoy living in places where the police aren't there. I lived in Waukesha almost my whole life. Never saw a cop drive down my street once. Cop drives down my street at least once a day. He checks my neighbor's house when they're on vacation. It's fantastic. Yes, budgets need to be fixed. We don't have all the money. But I would much rather, and I'm sure a lot of the people behind me would much rather pay for this than brand new trucks for departments, front end loaders for departments. Find the cost savings somewhere else. That's your job. That's what we elected you to do. Find the cost savings, but not at the expense of our safety. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Dan Madden. I've lived in Big Bend almost my entire life. 60 on my next birthday. And the first thing that everyone, when I told them I was coming, I wanted to tell you is they did not like the way this was done. Everyone woke up one morning and realized our police department was being dissolved. And we're like, well, how did that happen? That was, we would like that to stop and be more transparent with us. Second thing is, I've been a crossing guard at Big Bend Elementary this year, because the first day of school, there was no cross guard, there was just the police team. So I do it. And the first 2 weeks, almost every day, someone ran a red light or turned on red with the kids. One morning, I see the kids had to back up, guys turning red, on the red. And the chief's sitting right there. And he's more lenient than I would be, by the way. It has to be all the way through red. If it turns in the middle, they don't get the ticket. So I wish we would consider that. We need crossing guards at that. It's a dangerous intersection. A lot of big trucks in the morning, and people are in a hurry. The last thing is, eventually, we're gonna get sewer and water hooked up by the freeway, and we're gonna have a lot of growth. Then we're gonna need a police department, so we're gonna be right back in this situation again. So I wish we would consider it, especially the crossing guard, it concerns me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to number 9.
Hi, I'm Stacy Peterson. I've lived in the village for 46 years. I'm a business owner here. I know what happens to prices of contracts when they're generated. They definitely don't ever go down. They always go up. So I'm sure that will be the case here. I'm probably in the top 20 to 30% of taxpayers in Big Bend, and this is inappropriate to me and all the citizens of Big Bend that expect services that they have to remain intact. When my husband died of a heart attack, the Big Bend police were there at my house in 5 minutes. They attempted to resuscitate him, and no other services showed up for 20 to 30 minutes. Sadly, he didn't make it, but they were there ASAP. All the calls to my house when Waukesha showed up, if they showed up, it was 30 to 45 minutes. I think all the residents that could be in a predicament that need the police very quickly, their lives could be on the line. Big Bend and Vernon combined are too large to be serviced by this proposal, and I think it should be declined. Thank you.
Okay, number 10.
My name is Karen Chancellor, and I want to say thank you to Tracy and Josh also for your dedication to the Village of Big Bend. I've been a resident out here for over 40 years, and I just want to say also is that it's great seeing the support that the police department has, that the community is bringing to this meeting, that the room there is full. This is great, and even seeing the younger people that are here too. I mean, for me, having been out here for so long, I think it's great seeing this, that other people feel the same way. You heard the police chief's report. There are things going on out here in the village, and our police department does a great job of keeping us residents safe. Waukesha Sheriffs and Vernon, they're a great department, okay, they're great. They have their work to do also, okay, but keep our Big Bend Police Department, don't cut out our department. This has been tried in years past. I understand it's a budgetary item, but I myself, and I think I have the support of the village residents that say that the cost of our police department is well worth what we, the taxpayers, have to pay to keep them with us, because we want to keep them. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 11.
I lived out here all my life. My grandfather was town chairman, county supervisor, in 900. When Washington County patrolled this back in the 50s, we waited 2 hours or longer for an emergency call. They didn't have a 911 back then, okay? You think Washington County can handle this area again? Because they can't. It's too big of an area. They don't have the manpower. We have the manpower to cover the Big Bend area. When my daughter-in-law passed away, they were there right on the dime. No problem answered. But back in the 50s, you didn't have that. And you want to go back to that? You guys probably weren't even around here then. You don't even know what it was like. We didn't have the patrol that we do today. And you want to go back to this? You're going back in time instead of going ahead. We should keep our police department.
Okay, number 12.
Good evening. I'm Bill Resitech. There's lots of Resitechs in town. I've been personal with the police, Mr. Sweetman here. He pulled me over many, many times on my bicycle when I was 5 years old. But we were personal. He put me in the back of the squad, he gave me some shit, and they sent me on my way, and hopefully I learn the next time. So then I had 3 kids in town. Well, guess what? Sean, which is deceased now, he pulled over my kids and gave them the ride back. He'd find me in town, he's like, Bill, you gotta tell your kids not to do this, not to do that. Well, I don't know Waukesha, I don't know you guys, I don't know if this budget's even close, but I think it's worth the payment to have personal care and devotion to, family. You see them every day, they're always driving around. They stop by and give you baseball cards you want, and it's very personal. So the budget thing, the things that you guys did behind our backs, all of us, that we didn't know about, but I was the only one here for that. That should have been something way out there. Everybody was invited into that. Nobody knew about it until Facebook posted it, Bob posted it, and everything grew and blew, and that's why they're here. That's why they're back there. We need to go back and figure this out the right way with the community. Thank you.
Mark? 13. Hello everyone, my name is Mark Anderson. If you guys don't know who I am, I own All Occasions Catering, Bumps Barbecue here on the main drag. I am probably the largest employer here in Big Bend. I have approximately 145 people on staff. I had 113 people I paid in payroll, last payroll. I own a off-premise catering operation, which means that I have staff coming in and out all night long. And you guys are 100% jeopardizing your decisions in what you're doing. It's kind of ironic of me being a business owner here in Big Bend, that these are the organizations that come to me looking for money.
So I want all you guys to know, because every single one of you guys have been recipients of a free handout that you have asked me for. Big Bend Fire Department, Big Bend Police Department, Big Bend Cub Scouts, Big Bend Elementary School, Big Bend PTO, Big Bend Celebration Committee that you are part of. You asked me for a lot of money. Big Bend Library, Big Bend Vernon Lions, Big Bend Vernon Senior Citizens, Village of Big Bend. I'm including them because you guys asked me to do Christmas parties for you, and you asked me for a deal. St. Joe's Catholic Church, Christ Lutheran Church. Out of all those organizations here in Big Bend that asked me for money, in the 16 years that I've been here, I've given you guys over $100,000 of my business to you guys. Every single one of you guys have been a recipient of you asking me for a donation. I've never once asked you for a donation back, not once. And you guys are pulling this away from us. I mean, when I look at how you guys posted what you guys were going to talk about, I don't know how you guys can sit there and do that. Everything else on the agenda that you guys talked about that night, you clearly spoke about exactly what you're going to talk about. And what you guys, when you guys vote on this was so vague, you're backdooring us. I don't know how you guys do that. When you said to me to know the facts, you never said all the facts. When you seen me in the village hall the day after you voted this, you never commented yet about all the citation revenue that offsets this budget here. So you guys never talked about any of that. So when you say I should know the facts before we make decisions, you guys never told anybody about what you were going to do. How can you guys sit there and think that you're helping us? There's not one community in the United States that have cut police services since COVID happened and things did not go away. How do you guys not understand that? As a business owner, have none of you guys ever, and you especially, Alan, you ran a business before. You find out how to save money. You find out how to do that. When you guys call these meetings and you do this and you don't have the public input, shame on you guys. Don't ever come to me asking me for another donation again from the village, because look what you're doing to us. Look at what you're doing as business owners and citizens of the community.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. How can you
Thank you, Mark. Deborah Ray. I would just like to say that I'm going to be 60 years old. I have lived here since kindergarten. And the police department has been the best thing for the village. They get to know the kids, they get to know the families, to keep everybody out of trouble, they keep everybody safe. They watch out for everybody. If you're home, if you're not home, they'll come and knock and see if something happened. Did you see something? The police are always there. And since this has happened, and I work third shift, and I go home and I sleep in the morning and I get up twice, and that's only in this week, did I see Vernon Police Squad car go through. Twice in a month, twice. I go home and I sleep and I get up and I walk the dogs because I have to. And twice, and only this week, in 1 month, twice have I seen a squad car from Vernon go through this village. I see the village of Big Bend all day long, all over, up and down the streets. They're there for the safety of the kids. Sometimes two of them, to make sure those children get across the street safe. Because when my kids grew up, you know how many kids would almost get hit because people would turn on red? Myself and my husband, when they didn't show up, used to walk and cross the kids across the street. And we would wait until every single child was out of the school and the buses were gone, or in the morning, because my husband was a stay-at-home dad, would walk our kids to school. And he would make sure that school started before he would get in his car and drive home, to make sure every child got across that intersection. So getting rid of the police department is just ridiculous, and how you guys did it behind closed doors, absolutely ludicrous. It is a village should vote on it, not the couple. These two are the only ones that are for it. The rest of you Shame on you.
Okay, thank you.
Do they patrol your house? When they're on vacation, don't go there.
Richard Walker.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing us all to speak here. A couple of you I've talked to, but I haven't talked to everybody. Full disclosure, my wife and I have lived out here since the end of 1995. After retiring as a detective from Waukesha PD, I began employment out here in 2007 when Chief Harder was chief out here. My work out here gave me an insight into what happens in the village that I was totally unaware of. But that's not why I'm here. I'm not going to go into transparency or give a lecture on that, but I saw this on my cell phone on a Sunday morning while just scrolling through, and I was shocked and in disbelief. I thought, how could this happen? Now, obviously, there was a lack of transparency, and I'm sure all of you campaigned with that word when you wanted to get these elected seats. You probably talked about, you know, I'm going to be transparent. Well, something happened or got lost in the translation. I listened to Chief Gaglione talk this evening, and he offered some concessions and recommendations. He took some of my talking points are greatly reduced. The chief came forth with meaningful, productive recommendations to bring down costs, to work with you. He's coming forth with an olive branch, and he's saying, let's work together. Let's work for a common good. Let's work for the community. And I believe he set forth these recommendations for all of you to look at and consider, and I think will answer some of the questions here. I also heard that the board, if I heard that right tonight, took a vote to place this proposed contract for reconsideration. Am I right? Did I hear that correctly? Can someone nod or tell me, or, okay. There was a report that was circulated, and I'll be brief, by the local Big Bend Police Professional Police Association, Local 319. And I'd like to leave a copy of this with you because it speaks to what has been brought up tonight. If you'd like, I can leave this a copy with you, or I can give it to the clerk. Is that, if that's acceptable? When I met with the chief, I was unaware of what he was going to talk about tonight. And when I heard that, I thought, okay. I said, thank you, Lord. And he talked about the crime data in 2022, and he says, we had 2 burglaries. I said, Chief, 2 burglaries? Well, we don't want any burglaries, but 2 burglaries in most communities is unheard of. And I think part and practice of the reason for that and the crime rate we don't have in this village is because of the policies and the practices Chief Gaglione has put into play here. Vacation checks, house checks, business checks. Tonight, before I came to this meeting, I was at one of our businesses, Crossroads Pizza, and he had one of these brochures on the counter, and he says, you know, every night an officer comes in and he checks on us on how we're doing, and I see him go across the street and talk to an employee at the Big Bend gas station and checks on them. You can't put a dollar value on that. There's no way.
Please wrap it up in just a little bit, okay?
Will do. In conclusion, as I'll conclude here, I don't know what the affinity is to dismantle Big Bend public safety services are. I spoke before this committee when this was brought up at the fire department and now at the police department. I ask you to search your hearts why that's happening. My recommendations are what I think has already in part taken place tonight. There's no rush. Meet with the chief, look for areas of common ground, try to see how we can protect our public services and work for the betterment of the community. There's a lot of people that are going to speak and are out there watching. Don't turn your backs on them. Don't dismiss them. Don't marginalize them. Listen to them. because that's who you're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Michael Harder.
Hi, I'm Mike Carter. I'm not from here. I was blessed to get a job as a police chief here. I served here for 6 years, just prior to Chief Gallen coming on board. What I want to put out there is maybe a different aspect that you hadn't thought about, but it was hinted on by some of the people here. Like I said, I didn't come from here. I've made lifelong friends in this community. I still shop in this community. I patronize businesses in this community. I go to funerals for people that die from this community. I love this community. This is the way the police department is. We reinstituted the National Night Out after it was gone for a couple of years. We see the kids, they love doing that stuff. We love interacting with them. It's all on a personal basis. I've sat with family members, I've talked to their children about drug abuse, I've talked to people that have had loved ones passed away. But on a personal basis, it's not me as the police coming there and talking to them and giving them some platitudes. It's me as the person that they see all the time in the squad car, that they come to the station and talk to. I'm the guy that's there helping them out. The police department is still like that today. It's more than just a police department. We're part of the community. The Big Pit Police is part of the community. Please keep that in mind, and thank you for your time.
Jerry Dillon. He did. Okay, Leah. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say as a business owner and property owner in the village, the police department is so important to us. They do such a wonderful job of protecting my business, checking on my business, and making sure everything is safe. They're invaluable. After the September 7th approval of this board's contract with Vernon for police services, I spoke with each trustee, and I would like to thank you all for returning my call and speaking with me. A majority of you told me that you were not happy with the way this action was noticed and would have not done it in this way. My question is to those of you that have been on the board more than a year, if you didn't agree with the way it was noticed and the way it was proceeding, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you have the character to stop that instead of going blindly and following the agenda item that you did not agree with? This contract is a great deal for Vernon. They have a larger area to patrol and they want the substation out of their firehouse. So they found someone to pay half of the bill. How equitable is this to smaller Big Bend? The sheriff has to drive through Big Bend to get through many parts of Vernon. So what is Big Bend gaining? If this is truly about money, then the smart thing to do would be eliminate the police budget entirely and go with protection from the sheriff that is given by state statutes. This is what Vernon has done for the last 40 years. I firmly believe you won't be getting any more services than that. I think it's a great thing to work together with Vernon, but why not do it in a way that is beneficial to both communities equally? Vernon has to provide police protection, which we have. They have a well-staffed clerk's office, which we need. They also have a well-staffed DPW, which would help us out. So why not work out a trade of services that would benefit everyone equally? The Village of McGuanago recently passed a referendum to increase fire and EMS staffing. The town of McGuanago approved a referendum that added staff to fire, EMS, police, clerk's office, and DPW. Why not give our residents an opportunity to let their voices be heard via a referendum? Lastly, I am so tired of this board blaming the debt on previous boards. As a former board member, I made the decision to go ahead and install a sewer pipe in a road that was being resurfaced because we were told by the Department of Transportation if we didn't do it, then the road could not be opened for 10 years. None of us had a crystal ball and knew that the economic meltdown was coming.
I recently heard DPW Supervisor Eric Peterson tell you that you have the exact same decision to make in regards to laying a pipe under the reconstruction of the I-43-164 interchange. Otherwise, you won't be able to open it for 10 years. I hope you will make the decision that is in the best interest of generating revenue for the village and not the decision that will handicap the village from improving the only undeveloped interchange in Waukesha County.
Sarah Polka.
I'm Sarah Polka. I was formerly a police officer here in the village for about a year. Unfortunately, the schedule didn't work out with me. But as others have said, I believe I've made friends for life here in the village, many. I still come back, visit, son works here, and I think the citizens of this village deserve not only their own police department, but the police officers that are gonna know them, stop and talk to them, know their kids, and as every other department, the sheriff's department is short. They're very short. There's no way to fix that right now with the way that manpower is. I do work in another municipality that shared the same radio with the Waukesha Sheriff's Department. And every shift that I'm working, contract cars have to be pulled for emergencies. Well, they can't let the emergencies, people are fighting, they have to find officers, deputies, because that's what they do. That's what police do, is save people, help people. And they're gonna have to keep doing it unless they somehow find numerous deputies. So that means that the contract car that you guys are hoping to hire will be pulled out of you. They will have to go save somebody else, because that's what law enforcement does. And you're gonna be left without, for whatever emergency. What if there's 2 emergencies? There'd be more contract cars and more deputies. They only have so many bodies. And that's just a tragedy that's happening in law enforcement. Again, I just believe that the citizens of this village deserve their own police department and their dedicated police officers. And I wanna thank you two, because it was very obvious at the beginning of this, who you put first. You put the citizens, because that's who you wanted to talk first. And I watched closely. Those that you let come up here first are still here. They're paid employees. The citizens that are here on their own time, with their families at home, missing dinner, they should have been allowed to talk first. Thank you.
Bill Clark.
I've been living here for 38 years with my wife, Deb. We've got 3 kids that are grown, and they're all gone. It has been a very pleasant village to live in. But when people do this kind of thing, that are supposed to be in charge and watching out for you, you guys are a disgrace. And I'm tired of watching this kind of crap go on. It's gone on all over the country. Oregon's a good one. Watch the videos on that one, where the cops couldn't do a damn thing. Or how about Kenosha? Think about that. I walked down here tonight with her to see what it was going to be like, because I didn't want to have to drive a car. I figured it was going to be crowded. Okay? It is. And we walked down here. I had to cross, I walked electric right away from my house on Marion Avenue. We had to cross 164. Oh my God, what a mess. And you want to get rid of these guys that control that crap? Disgrace.
So my name is Debbie Clark, and I'm his wife. And like he said, we lived here for 38 years. I did contact each and every board member here. I sent you all an email. I did ask for my email to be read. I requested that. It was not. And my thoughts are, this is still a democracy. I voted for you as board members because of what you ran on and what you said. We moved to this village because it's small, it's a tight-knit community. We have police that are close. We've had things that have happened in our neighborhood, and they're right there. And the fact that you decided to go behind our backs without any knowledge is a disgrace. It is, it's a disgrace. We have a right to make a decision whether we want to pay more taxes or you can offer us some different type of way of saving money or moving money around. I do know that, and somebody else brought this up, the DPW. Okay, I've watched what's gone on, I've watched what doesn't get done, I've watched all this huge equipment, and there's a place where you could save some money. But I do have to say right now, finding out behind my back that you guys decided for me, this is a democracy and not a dictatorship.
Cindy Brown.
I'm just gonna say, I don't have enough information to say what you guys decided to do or not do is the right decision. I wanna see numbers. That $500,000 budget, is that taking into consideration the revenue that we generate? From what I'm seeing from the contract, it's gonna save us $36,000. I think everybody would be willing to pay the $36,000 to keep our police department here. But the way you guys did it was absolutely wrong. I don't even know how you guys get up in the morning and feel good about yourselves. I've been in the public sector since I was 25 years old. This is a disgrace. The way you guys agendized it was wrong. You put it out there 24 hours ahead of time. I read that agenda and I had no clue what you guys were discussing. It was wrong, just pure wrong. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why didn't you ask the public? You need to ask the public what they wanted. I'm upset. I'm not upset by the decision that you made. I'm upset by the way you went about it, and your numbers are not there. I want to see the budget. I want to see the budget for the past 5 years for the police department. I want to see the expenses and the revenue. Can you give us the common courtesy of giving us those numbers? Why is this not online? I looked for the budget online, it's not there. This is not okay. We are an open government. This is wrong. I'll tell you right now, the police chief, a couple years ago, my neighbor, who was very sick, could not take care of herself. She needed a plumber or somebody to come to herself. He came to my boyfriend's shop and said, can you please come and plow her driveway so that utility or whatever, the contractor could get in his driveway. She was willing to pay for him to plow her driveway out of his own pocket. Will we get that anywhere else? No. I want to see numbers. That's all I'm asking. No disrespect for the sheriff's department. No disrespect for the police department. But please, can we do it in a proper manner and ask for the public input and get the real numbers? Because I don't believe those numbers are correct. And please do not bring up what past board members do. The debt payment, that has nothing to do with past board members. Just because somebody could have voted against it, so don't blame it on other boards. This is your board. This is the most disrespectful, excuse me, not these two, that I've ever seen in my career. How dare you? And then you want to get into the Vernon thing again? History speaks for itself. We've never had a good relationship with Vernon. Why are we getting into this again? Seriously. Let's do the numbers, please, that's all I'm asking. And get public input, thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Sweetman. Make an address, please.
Good evening.
Robert?
Address, please.
Aguanico. From Aguanico.
Street address.
280 Birch Rock Way, Unit A4, Aguanico, 53149.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I was a police chief here for 17 years. I retired in '99. I lived in the village for 32 years. I know that this department came a long ways from when I first came back in the 60s. And when I retired in '99, I should say back in the 80s, I'm sorry, when I came aboard. But the only thing I can say is that when they built that new subdivision on Wood Avenue and they annexed it into the village, I'm gonna be very honest with you, I said to myself, that's the worst thing they ever did. And here I stand before, I think most of you live out in that area. And then all of a sudden, I hear that this old business here, reconsideration of the contract of the village of Vernon. Well, I have heard those stories here that Vernon and the village of Big Bend never did get along. We went through the fire department, we went through the police department, we went to the DPW. All I can say is that you have to learn to live together. And somehow this introduction must have come from the board and your board and Vernon board to come through the sheriff's department. Because there's no other way that this contract at the village of Vernon would even come to light. It didn't come from the village of Vernon. Prior to being a town of Vernon, they didn't have the police protection. Now they want somebody else to pay half of their bill. Thank you.
Al North. Address.
South 90 West 22930 Rose Avenue.
Could you repeat that, please?
South 90 West 22930 Rose Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay, I've lived here 34 years, and I don't understand how this happened. I mean, I watch, I try to listen to what's going on in the community. I had no clue what you guys did. And it makes no sense to me whatsoever. The police department is supported by the residents, and you know this. And you didn't bring it up on some type of vote, some type of resolution, something, to make sure people were informed. You try to send out a mailer saying, this is what we want to do. Let's have a meeting, let's communicate, let's talk. But you went behind our backs. For what reason? Who did you talk to that thought this was a good idea? That's all I have to say.
Thank you for giving me time to talk today. I wanted to start by thanking the Waukesha Sheriff Department for all that they do. I think that their work is important, and I unfortunately think that if this goes through, their services are going to be spread even thinner than I hear they already are. So for their sake, I hope this doesn't go through, and for our sake, I hope this doesn't go through. I've lived in Big Bend for 10 years. My husband and I sought out a small community where we have police and fire down the road. Everywhere here is down the road. That's the best part. 10 10 years is not long compared to all the people in this room. I'm number 25 speaking today. And I haven't heard a single person who's for this budget or for anything with the information that's been very limited that's been provided so far. I don't think that 6 people should be able to make a decision that 25 people so far have already expressed that they're severely against. And I worry that you're not gonna listen, that we're all gonna stand up here and have our 2 minutes, and that you're still gonna do what you want. Because if you were that worried about what we wanted, you wouldn't have done this in closed meeting, where the details on the form were so small that nobody could have guessed that this is what you're gonna do. I heard that people had less than an hour on this board to review the numbers provided. Less than an hour to make that decision. How can anybody do their own research, pull citation, or pull sites of where the numbers are coming from? The numbers on that board, nothing's cited of where it's coming from. I've seen more posts on Facebook with detailed numbers cited as to where exactly that information came from. I haven't seen anything that supports these numbers for you guys. Pardon me. It's frustrating to hear that some people have received different versions of the contract as people have been standing up here talking about it. Because there's been a lot of people, mostly I see through Facebook, trying really hard to figure out the numbers. And again, how anybody could look at it in an hour with no time to prep and make this decision, that doesn't sound smart to me. I've not been very involved in our local public politics. I have 2 kids who are under the age of 5. My hands are pretty full. And I don't actually really have a lot of time to sit and watch every meeting or watch you guys. We voted for you, so we didn't have to do that. I voted blindly on flyers that stated transparency and specifically that you were going to protect our police and fire. The flyer said our. I'm sure that you all support police and sheriff departments and the work they do. That's not really in question. We're all watching now. I wasn't watching before. We're all watching now. And I hope that when you make your decision, that you take into account that 6 of you, plus those who are already supporting us, are making decisions for all the people in this room and all the people who couldn't fit in this room. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Ed Stefaniak. I am not a resident of Big Bend, but I do have a business on Industrial Avenue in the Big Bend Industrial Park. You know, the biggest responsibility of government, whether it be at the federal, state, or local level, is the protection and safety of their citizens. That is, without question, the number 1 responsibility. Everything after that is secondary. I take a look at your budget here, you've kind of outlined, you've taken out $500,000 out of your annual budget. Your annual budget should really be $1 million, because the $500,000 that you need for this police department should be not optional. It should be there to begin with. You know, we've been in the industrial park for about 23 years now, and we have a significant amount of value, not only in our building, but in the contents of our building, well over twice your annual budget. And it's very, very comforting to us to have the Big Bend Police Department, because like some of the other business owners, we're open at odd hours, we're open day and night. We have the ability or inability to sometimes secure our building as well as we properly should. It's very comforting to have the Big Bend Police Department be able to, they're always strolling through the industrial park, and they're checking doors and they're checking at windows and things of that nature. And we've been called on it already, saying, hey, you got some people going on over here, you've got some doors open. you know? And that, again, like I said, that's something you can't put a dollar value on, in my opinion. You know, there's also a criminal element that's moving out in this direction. You know, I'm a big fan of the Sheriff's Department. I think that Eric Severson is a top-notch guy, but like many people have said, he's got his hands full right now. If you haven't been keeping up with current events, Waukesha is pretty much like the Wild West. And did you know that over 70% of the residents of the county jail are not Waukesha County residents, are not from Waukesha County? They're from places east of here. The location of our building, we get to see traffic coming down through Industrial Drive. And there's a lot of people out there, there's a lot of drive-throughs that are nothing more than this element that I just talked about, trolling. It's there. Sheriff's Department, as good as they are, they're not gonna be able to provide the response time that's required. It's just a law of physics. They're not gonna be able to do it, because they're not only short-handed, they're on other calls as well. And it's a Waukesha itself that has hands full. Thank you very much for speaking. Again, I feel very, very strongly that this is a responsibility of the city. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Bendel. You've all taken a lot of heat tonight, so I commend you for taking the time to listen to your constituents. Over the 14 years that we've lived here, I've needed our officers on a few occasions and have been immensely grateful for their response. They've checked on us while my husband was away, making sure that I knew I wasn't alone or unprotected. They've rescued baby dogs, celebrated my children's birthdays, and responded during one of the scariest moments of my life when my son stopped breathing during a febrile seizure. Each and every of these interactions that I've had with this department has demonstrated their skill and professionalism. I've come to expect this level of safety and service, and I'm deeply concerned that will no longer be realistic or attainable if you eliminate the BBPD. This is not a reflection of the respect I hold for any other agency, rather a strong preference for the one I already know and love. These officers know my children, and my children know them. They know which cars belong in my driveway. They make sure the kids can safely cross the street to and from school, as you are well aware is a huge concern. They know the nooks and crannies of this village in a way that cannot be replicated. In fact, this community-based approach is a defining characteristic of modern law enforcement and is a practice based in evidence demonstrating a reduction in the commission of crimes. The benefit that this preventative policing adds to our community cannot be calculated in dollars and cents. Finally, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our officers who deserve our utmost respect. In the face of all of this, they have continued to show up every day to every call, providing the same level of service to which we have all become accustomed and clearly take for granted. Even now, they are making sure this meeting is running smoothly, and I am deeply sorry for any iota of pain that this situation has caused them. I appreciate that you are all concerned about how our tax dollars are spent. I would encourage you to remember that some things are worth paying for. I'm so grateful that you made a motion to reconsider, and I truly hope that you take the opinions that you've heard tonight to heart. I'd like to close with a question. I'm a working mother with a short supply of free time. I'm here because this issue is important to me. And with all due respect, I guess I'd like to ask that if this contract is so important, then where is Sheriff Severson? Thank you.
Is Bob out in the day?
What?
Yeah.
Where is he? Oh, there it is.
Bob, how you doing?
Hold up, please. Let's get them out and bring you a group in.
Is he your last one? Yeah, that's great.
Okay, folks, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have you guys all come out to the overflow room, and then we'll bring the second group in. Thanks.
Bring that sign, you know.
That TV on there, right?
Since they.
Let's talk after.
Oh, good. Good.
Yes. Because we haven't yet.
Jeff, are you ready yet?
We have one more person.
I think we can move forward, go ahead.
So I am the VP 12908 Clark Street, Big Bend. I'd like to know who's in favor of this. I have not talked to one person anywhere that's in favor of it. And it seems to me like there's like a little personal thing going on with the chief. I mean, but when I had a medical issue at McDonald's, the first person that I looked at when I came to was the chief. He was right there. And I don't know if the salesman over here will be there, you know? So I think it's very important to keep the police like they are. I mean, has 40-some years of experience. And I know there's always talk about how much money he makes. So I have a nephew that's a sergeant in the city of Brookfield who makes him like about $25,000. So and then I hear talk about his pension and what he makes outside of his job. That has nothing to do with this job. So pretty much everybody said what I was going to say, but I just want to ask one question. You guys embarrassed yet? Probably not, because that would take the conscience.
John Granger? 12-year resident. Actually came here with a bunch of questions, but I see you're not answering questions today, because you're in comments. So my comments are is that I believe government is to provide services that benefit everybody. And at the top of that list is police and fire departments. I think if you're considering changing anything to that, you need to get all the facts out to the community, maybe have a question and answer session so we all understand, and then you can put it up for a referendum. I certainly appreciate everything you're trying to do. You want to save us money. That's the first thing everybody complains about, is when taxes are too high. But
something this major, I just don't think this was done about in the right way. I heard about this from my friend that lives in the Brill, and you saw it on the news, so that's how I became aware that this was happening. So I did some rough math based on what it would potentially save me on my tax bill, and while I get it, for my money, I just as soon keep our local police. My interactions with them have been very positive. I found them to be very professional, and I think we have an excellent force here. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Sadie? Are you gonna talk?
Sadie Summer, South 90, West 22, 990 Rosanna, Big Bend, Wisconsin. I was debating whether I could come up here and speak or just mind my own business, but that has been very hard for me to do. I've lived in the village over 50 years. I've raised 5 sons. I have seen many boards. I have seen and worked with many boards that had fiscal problems. I have seen budget cuts. And I have seen them do cutting. I have never, ever seen a board start cutting with the police department. Do you know what time we are living in? Has anybody listened on TV? Has anybody read the papers? And you want to cut the cord? I'm also the local historian, along with Bobby Water. We work with the museum, books upon books of the history of the PD, the fire department. And it has a proud, long history, starting in 1944 with a constable, and it grew, and it grew, and it grew with pride. I have never seen a PD treated with such disrespect. How do you sleep at night when you know any one of these men and women would lay down their life for you, and you've treated them such behind closed doors? You also did that to the citizens of the village. Do we not have a voice? It seems to me, listening to everyone here, they're upset. It just so happens I'm gathering. We love our police department. We love law and order. Thank you too. I am not addressing it to you. Don't know you personally, but thank you. Over the years, again, there have been many activities. I have been library director for over 35 years, involved in many community activities, including the truck and tractor pull. The very first one, in fact. And when I went to one of the businesses during that first time trying to get this going, and he gave me a $2,000 check, I could not believe it. I was proud. It got going. Who is working the pole now? Do we not see our law and order men there? Are we not proud when they're walking around there? I am, although I don't attend anymore. But please, think this, what you're going to do. Because reading the history of Big Bend, where Bobby and I spend lots of hours, don't go down as the board who decided behind closed doors to eliminate our fire department. When you go to bed at night tonight, my mother always told me, do what your conscience tells you, and it feels a little wrong, it's wrong. Good night. And I hope in the years to come, as long as I'm around, I still see those squads going around. Because for me, it's a sense of security. And nobody is going to tell me I'm going to have the same coverage. Not going to happen.
John Coleman?
I've lived in Big Bend for 5 years now. And on September 8th, 2023, I was disheartened in the news that the Big Bend votes to eliminate the police department. In a time where defunding the police appears to be the popular opinion, I was proud that I lived in a community that I didn't think that was the case. From speaking with my neighbors, I still believe I live in that community that feels that way, just not 5 members of this board. The vote that was conducted behind closed doors with no public opinion. That tells me that this board doesn't have the courage to face the voters. No public knowledge of a secret meeting, and the police department's gone after 82 years. All across North America, the communities that have defunded their police have experienced massive increases in criminal activity. The excuse I hear is it's a budgetary issue and there'll be savings by contracting the service to Waukesha County. Then, this village board puts out a statement on 9/11 of all days. When police should be acknowledged, not admonished, blasting the police chief's salary. Our chief has over 40 years of policing experience and has a modest salary in comparison to other chiefs in the region. We should be proud to have this level of experience in our community. The village has lost officers in the past for higher salaries offered in nearby communities as well. And this estimated savings of $250,000 is the revenue lost through citations and salvage vehicle inspections factored in the equation, or is this generated revenue slated just to go to Waukesha County now? By combining the Waukesha County Sheriff's Patrol of Vernon and Big Bend, we are going to go from a patrol area of roughly 3.5 square miles to one of over 30 square miles. Not to mention that the officers of Big Bend know the residents and easily recognize when something appears out of their way. A 30 square mile patrol area turns the policing strategy from preventative and proactive to strictly responsive. Not to mention that Fox 6 reports the Waukesha Sheriff warns of a budget deficit and slow response times. Is that what this village wants, slow response times? Whenever I've reached out to the Big Bend Police Department, they've responded within minutes. That will no longer be the case if one responding squad is on one side of the Vernon responding to the other. What if officers needed in Waukesha County for a critical incident in another jurisdiction such as Menominee Falls or Sussex? What sort of response time will our residents see then? Our village has freeway access, aka escape routes for criminal activity. Those with criminal intent will be well aware that the local police department now has a much larger patrol area and will often view our village as an easy target. God forbid there be an active shooter at one of our schools. The difference in patrol area could change the response time from under 5 minutes to well over 15, which will cost lives. What cost does our board put on the children's safety? I see squad parked at the elementary school daily as I come home from work. And I know that the county has promised to continue this practice, but with this large of a patrol area, it's not a realistic expectation to assume the availability on a daily basis. I have witnessed this village board fight the growth of our village several times. Fleet Farm's now in Muskego, Copart is in Franklin. Maybe we should consider welcoming the expansion of the village and generate revenue through expansion of the tax base, not by cutting valuable services. Our neighbors to the east and west, Muskego and McGuanago, have both experienced massive growth over the past years, which has resulted in lower property tax rates than what we have. And both police departments have grown as well. How much of an attraction to future business is not having a police department in the community to assist in addressing their needs? I don't feel like cutting service is the way to lower taxes.
Our garbage and recycling pickup is all privately contracted. Maybe we should look at combining street maintenance and snow plowing services instead of cutting public safety. Now, I know my opinion may fall on deaf ears, but as a voter, I will remember who took a stand at this time. And I hope the rest of you in this board do. Because the fire department that's supporting us today, and they're all standing here, I'm guessing that you guys are next.
Michael? I don't know the last name.
Michael Lees,
L-E-E?
L-E-E-S.
Thank you.
I've been a resident for a year. I work for the City of Milwaukee Police Department. The reason I moved out to Big Bend is simple. I moved on the southwest side of Milwaukee, and they started making cuts in my district, which was 166. On New Year's Eve, what I thought was fireworks is actually gunshots, not too far from my house. I told my wife, I said, that's it, we're not living in the city anymore. We're moving out. I did my research, and I found out Big Bend was one of the safest places I could move with my family. I moved out here knowing that I had a police department and a volunteer fire department. So at least when I go to work, which is 4 to midnight, and I never get off my time, at least my wife and my family would be protected. You guys doing this behind my back, and my family's back, and everyone else's back, tells me that you guys knew this was wrong, and the only way that this would be passable is by you guys going behind closed door meetings. This was supposed to be on the agenda 72 hours, which is state law. However, the agenda has nothing to do with cutting the police department. That's a violation, I believe, with the board, which maybe could be taken up on a later date. I also will go with this. You guys say that Waukesha will cover us. Waukesha, I have great respect with you guys. You guys have helped me in my investigations many times. However, just last week, I was tracking a vehicle for the carjacking. It went from the airport all the way through Waukesha, and eventually was stopped just before Jefferson or Johnson Creek. Waukesha was not able to help me. I had 3 state patrol guys and my Milwaukee guys come out and get the car and get the guys in custody because Waukesha didn't have enough deputies. Furthermore, I will tell you this. You guys tell me that I'm gonna have police officers guaranteed. However, I get off at midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. I don't see you guys ever in my neighborhood. I see you guys once in a while on the freeways hanging out, but I don't see you guys driving through the streets. I don't see you guys driving through the village. I see you guys sometimes leaving the substation, that's it. You guys telling me that you guys are gonna go to Vernon, we will never see Big Bend. We will never have police services here. I will end this with this. I hope that you guys were able to change your mind and take this into consideration and say Big Bend Police Department. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Kempty?
Must be Hoyt.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, grew up in the area, bought a house in Big Bend a few years ago. When we were moving in, we left the door open, came back with the next load, we had a note on the door. Somebody, no, we would do a welfare check. I don't think the county sheriff has time to do welfare checks. My daughter goes to school at the elementary school. She goes to the after-school care for with the YMCA, so she gets out at like 5 to 6 o'clock. I pick her up in the evening. We walk across the street. 2 times in the last year, we have almost been ran over by cars within 2 to 3 feet with me walking her across the street. In the morning, she walks to school by herself because the police department helps her get across the street. That is essential to my life, and it cannot change. The fact that every time someone here talks, everybody in that room, in this room, is applauding and clapping. I hope you all hear that. Because you are all elected to represent us, and you work for us. If you get rid of the Big Bend Police Department, some of you are going to be looking for new jobs. All right? I can't keep talking or I'm going to lose it. Have a good night.
Mark Schweitzer?
I've been in Big Bend for 2 years, and my wife's family's been here for about 50 years. I just wanted to say that getting rid of the Big Bend Police Department is wrong, and I think the services that we receive outweighs the cost of running it. Also, I think it's not only bad for Big Bend, it's also wrong for Vernon. I'd like to thank these officers and give them a hand.
Know your faces. Hey guys. All right. So I definitely know it's not an easy job being up there. Been there, done that, a couple years. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to be in the seats. I understand the pressure on it. Believe me, I understand. But with that said, fully disagree with the way you guys went about this. A decision of this magnitude needs full transparency, analysis, and feedback cycles to properly vet it out and ensure everyone's questions and concerns are addressed before it comes to a vote or even a referendum. It appears this decision was made very hastily and without even all the board members being clued in prior to being forced to vote on it last month. If it was that easy of a decision as you made it, then why not present all the data and let the data speak for itself and not make it covertly like it was? The press release claimed a savings of $200,000 plus, which doesn't appear to be factual when looking at the whole picture. If that was even the number, I'm sure if you told every taxpayer if they wanted to save $200 or $300 per household, they'd rather spend the money, based on tonight's attendance. I think tonight's attendance, comments, and passion shows the error in the decision. Lastly, also on tonight's logistics, I would ask that next time be proactive with a topic of this sensitivity and magnitude and ask, maybe reach out to Mr. Waller at Big Bend Elementary and explore hosting the meeting there. It's more appropriate and comfortable when you have this many people coming out to a meeting for any reason. With that said, thank you for realizing the error with the vote, opening the floor tonight for comments, and rescinding last month's vote. Thank you.
Very straight up. Rochelle?
My husband and I moved to Big Bend about 10 years ago because this is where we wanted to start our family. We now have 4 kids. When we moved here, knowing that Big Bend had a police department was a big part of that decision because we felt moving here that we would be safe. The idea of not having that, it's not something that we're happy about. It's not something we're comfortable with. And we're also really confused how we heard about this happening through the news, not through any sort of media here where we could be a part of that and give feedback until the decision was already made. And in case you guys haven't heard, like that garage is packed full of people supporting the Big Bend Police Department. Thank you.
Heather Siva?
Lucky 41. Good evening. I hear so many passionate stories tonight, and the residents that care so much about this community, and it's just absolutely heartwarming. And I personally am not a resident, but I do own property and business here for over 15 years, and I have many friends in this community and I have grown to love this community, and the police department is a big part of that. And as a business owner, I just want to share a story with you because I think so many here have covered pretty much everything, I think, in terms of transparency and how we feel about the children being safe and having personal relationships. That's so important. I feel that personally and with my business. Just this last summer, over the 4th of July season, I was concerned because
I had someone come into my store with a black face mask on and circle the store, clearly casing it out. And I feared, with everything that's happening with these smash and grabs, that it was going to happen to me. And I was afraid for myself, for my employees, and it's very stressful. And I called the chief, and he said, "Do you want some more patrol?" And I said, "Yes, please." And they were there. Officer Scott was there. Officer Jamie was there. There was one day there was a shoplifter that was caught, and they handled it swiftly, and there were so many people. I didn't mention, my company is American Fireworks. There are so many people there. It was great. It was a show of force. It was a show that this isn't happening in this community. We, take care of our people. The number one duty of government is to take care of people first. Please do that. Please consider all of us. Thank you.
Jennifer.
So like everybody else, this is very important to me. We just came off a plane and came here hoping to make this meeting. We both grew up in Milwaukee, South Side, great neighborhood when we were young. Got crappier and crappier. Our parents both wanted to stay, so we stayed longer than we wanted to. Crime got out of control, we moved here. We get here, people are like, "Oh, your taxes are high there." Well, the tax rate here was actually cheaper than Milwaukee, and we actually had service. Milwaukee, you called police, they barely ever came. And if they did, it was long after everything was handled. So having the response time of having your own police department was very important to us. We don't mind paying the taxes for that. In my opinion, if your house is too expensive, that your taxes are too high and you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have that house. You can't afford to pay your taxes, move. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but we need our police and fire so we don't have the kind of problems that we fled Milwaukee from. We tried to stay for our parents, but it just was way out of control. The kids, you have 3 schools here. A lot of them walk to school. That's not normal anymore. We need the protection of our kids. We need the police, we need the fire. The way this was done was not very good. I mean, I don't want to attack anybody, but I just want to make it clear that the police department is very important to us and we're willing to pay the little extra to keep it. That's all, thank you.
Which one? There was one that wasn't here.
Gary Gillen?
Let's see.
What?
Let's see.
Okay.
And then the other one that was, we just called out a little bit ago.
Mary Strela.
Mary Strela. Okay. And we need Doug.
Hi, that was my wife that just spoke. We just moved to this community a little over 20 years ago because we wanted to raise our kids in a safe community. I was kind of against it at first, but after my wife told me how the record of the community was and how great it was and how kind everyone was awesome. We've needed the police service twice. My daughter, we were having a family function in the backyard, ended up getting shot with a paintball in the eye. It came from over the power wires, because we live on King Parkway on the end of the cul-de-sac. They were there in minutes. The situation was handled. I, myself, suffered an injury. I had to call 911. The police were there in minutes and helped me through the situation until the paramedics and fire department got there. Now, in the last 2 years, they cut a road from the parkway up the driveway of the neighbors across for exiting the park when they have the events. Now the police come all the way down to that area and patrol it. It's a small little road, but they do come all the way down there. Will the Waukesha sheriffs come down there and patrol it? Who knows? That's only be in the future. But all I gotta say is, I can't work because of my injuries now. Our income is limited, and I'm willing to pay the extra money for the services of our police department. And all I got to say to you, shame on you for the way you went about this.
Can I add something real quick? When we moved down here too, you guys were talking about consolidating with Vernon. I was naive and I was like, oh, that might be a good thing. When that subject was brought up at some kind of school function, I was literally verbally assaulted by people who live in Vernon because they were like, you're greedy, you just want to not pay high taxes, blah, blah, blah. So I don't think working with Vernon is gonna work because over all these years, it never does.
Samantha,
Hi. It's been a long night. You guys have been yelled at, and I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to make one thing straight. No offense to the sheriff's department, but 2 years ago, I had my son in my bathroom. Unexpected. There was an officer, showed up in less than 2 minutes, was able to help us cut through the umbilical cord because we were not prepared. Stayed there until the ambulance came and made sure that everything was safe and my son was happy and healthy and got to the hospital in time because it was November. It was cold. Obviously, our house is not the newest. It doesn't have proper insulation. You know, it needs work. So she stayed there to help us, and I can't even thank her enough, or the police department who helped my daughter walk across the street every day. We say hi to them every day. They know them by name. My kids love them. They love us. It's a mutual thing, and I really think we need to keep them. And I did bring today the petition that I started a little over a week ago, and I have just over 100 signatures, and that's just in a week. I haven't even talked to people sitting out there or spent hours and hours going door to door. It was just a last minute thing to get something to show you guys that we do need our Big Bend police, and we appreciate everything that they do. Thank you.
Anybody else out there?
Yeah, they gave us numbers.
Oh, your name?
My name's Frank Allison, but they just gave me a number to come in on number 39.
Oh. Okay, come on, Frank. Your address,
W224 S8416 Industrial Drive, Virginia. W224 S8416 Industrial Drive, Virginia. Yes, I've been here about 15 years, obviously, I'm not from around here originally, but we need the police department around here. I don't think there's anywhere else where people are willing to be taxed and you take the tickets and stuff like that. I mean, I've got several customers who get it on Edgewood there. They know to slow down. Nothing against Waukesha. Waukesha does a fine job. But no, our police department, I think, is an essential part of this community. They do a great job. You can always depend on them to be there. And I really, I'm kind of naive on some things, but I'd like to think that y'all was trying to do an exercise to see if you could unite the public, because you certainly have. I think that everybody really, for the most part, is united in keeping our police department. Thank you very much.
anyone else? No, there shouldn't be anybody else. Okay, thank you very much. We do have have a few public comments that have been asked to be read into the minutes, so we'll take just a little bit to make sure that they're read in, and it's regarding this subject.
So this one starts off, good afternoon, I will not be able to attend this Thursday's Village Board of Trustees meeting and would like to offer my support and thoughts on the police department status. I fully support the Village Board's decision to share services with Vernon through a contract with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. It seems to me the only person in this that is negatively impacted will be the chief of police. Every officer should be able to easily gain employment with another department, making more money and receiving benefits far better than our village can offer. We give no coverage in services and gain up to 2 sheriff deputies in the village 24/7, above and beyond our contracted deputies, equating to faster response times, especially during the overnight hours. We save a tremendous amount of money annually by forming this partnership, and it is truly a no-brainer decision. 7 other communities in the county have already gone this way. We are not setting precedents in doing this. What you're doing is learning from others that we can provide a safe community for our residents at a significantly reduced burden to the taxpayers. This cannot be understated how easy this decision should be made. If looked at objectively, and emotion is taken out of the equation. Thank you for your time and for looking out for us taxpayers. Sincerely, Warren Lasik, prior president. Deborah? I would like this email to be read into the board meeting minutes. I am writing this email to express my concern regarding your decision as a board to just up and eliminate the Village of Big Bend Police Department. As someone with 24 years in law enforcement and have seen the changes in those past 24 years, you don't understand the mistake you're making. When I was starting out and applying for a job, there were hundreds of applicants applying along with you, typically for one position. Currently, we cannot seem to get these positions away. No one wants to be in law enforcement field. You currently have a department of qualified people willing to do the job, give up weekends, nights, holidays with family, to go with something that you may or may not get a squad if it's available. You cannot guarantee that coverage will be the same, and you cannot guarantee that a squad will be there if I ever need one, like there is in our own department. I know a lot of you are, it doesn't happen in my neighborhood, type people, but trust me, the crime is coming further west, and to completely eliminate our main defense is absolutely stupid. The fact that you also did this without community law knowledge or input also has me questioning your judgment as a board. Wendy Priest. Hi, we are writing to express our support for the decision made to change our village law enforcement coverage from a local police department to contract coverage through the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Based on the information provided in the press release, we feel the coverage contracted for is very adequate for our village, our size, and also we have experienced the professionalism and competency of the Sheriff's Department. In addition, the ability for the village to reduce overall cost while retaining a proper amount of law enforcement coverage will give this board and future boards the opportunity to continue to focus on fiscal responsibility while keeping Big Bend citizens safe. We realize these decisions do not come easy for those of you who voted to eliminate our local PD will experience much negative criticism. We believe in law enforcement and fully back those who choose to put on the uniform. We believe we can and should continue to build a strong relationship with WSD and specifically the particular deputies which will be assigned to our community. Thank you for your service, Kim and Paul Sweet. Becky Netzler. Eliminating the BBPD, I would like this read into the minutes of the meeting and addressed by the village board. I have a few concerns and questions in regard to the contract presented and as soon passed, signed by the Big Bend board in regards to eliminating the BBPD without the community input. One, I would like to know which board member has done the research on response times, the response times of the current BBPD, and the estimated response time that would be provided by WSD. Specifically, has the board done independent research on what the actual response times would be, not research that other towns, villages, and cities have done? What is the plan of it? Two, what is the plan of action for staffing shortages within the WSD? Will BB/Vernon be a priority during staffing shortages? We are all aware that you cannot produce a body/officer if there isn't one. What is the WSD policy on forcing OT when there are call-ins and approved time off? Is BB and Vernon staffing going to be the priority when staffing shortages will be presented? Is there a specific outline or plan to conjoin the citizens with the newly appointed officers, for example, to bridge the unknown faces with the citizens and make them feel safe and secure with the police presence? In the event of a tragic incident, will the WSD be able and willing to F/U with the citizen involved? In the past, when a tragic incident has happened, the BBPD has had numerous FU visits with the citizens involved and ensure safety and guidance. Will the WSD be providing that as well? I am thoroughly happy and satisfied with the current police department and appreciate all the investment they have provided for my family and community. As fantastic as WSD is, I can't imagine they can provide the comfort and security the BBPD has provided the community. I think eliminating their services would be a travesty for our village and community. This came from McKinney Appraisal Services, LTD. Dear sirs, madam, it's come to my attention you have decided to defund the police. This is at the expense of our long-standing department of officers that have literally protected and served the residents of this village of Big Bend since it began. I've only lived here for about 28 years and raised my son across from St. Joe's, where he attended K-5 through 8th grade. I think of the times the local police have assisted both my needs and his. Now I hear you are redirecting funds to the Waukesha County Police Department. In my opinion, and as a resident who has both been ticketed and helped by the Big Bend Police over these decades, I think this is a terrible decision and I am disgusted at your decision. I am truthful in telling you I know no one who agrees in your decision. I don't know what else to say. I guess we are going to have to pay strict attention to our next election, which in my opinion cannot come too soon. Sincerely, George McKinney. Good morning to all of you. I can feel free to read this at the meeting tonight. As a kid growing up in Big Bend, I was always great to be able to walk up to an officer and talk to him. I knew all of them and they knew me. I could ask them questions, they would give me answers, and sometimes they even had new baseball cards to give up. As an adult and parent, I am comforted that the officers are now at the intersection by the school, watching over everything and helping to keep all of the kids safe, my two included. I think we all know that some extra protection and some extra eyes are needed over there. I still know the officers and they know me. It's great to have a quick word with them as I walk my kids to school. This is but one facet of what they do for the village. They do more for us than I have space for in this letter. As a business owner in the village, I'm extremely reassured when I see the police vehicles going through my shop multiple times a day. It's not just down the main drain that I see them. I see them going down side streets and in lesser used streets too. Keeping an eye on all of the town, not just the hot spots. I am assured that they know my business, what's mine, that's mine, the hours of it, and when they should generally expect to see people hanging around or not. When I have issues with something, they are right there to listen to the issues, take notes down, spread the word around, and keep their eyes open. I understand and support the concept of saving money when it is a sound decision and makes sense to do so. Nothing that the board has presented to date shows this to be a decision that would make sense financially or otherwise. At the very least, put the whole picture out to the public, put your reasoning for this decision out there for the public, let the people that are protected and watched over by the police force see all the facts and make their own decisions about how they are kept safe. Mike Fickle. On Sunday, 9/24, just before 7 p.m., my wife and I went for a walk. We saw high flames and black smoke coming from the backyard of West 225, South 9155, Mount Carmel Road. It did not smell like brush burning because of the high flames. We believe this is a safety concern and is reckless. Attached is a 7-second video that we took while out at the walk. Also included is image of what might have been set on fire. The question is, why are some homeowners, renters, accumulating high piles of trash in their yards? It is the $10 dump fee, lack of enforcement of village ordinances, or that some residents think they can get away with something because they can. We are aware the Big Bend Police did visit the same address last year regarding a large backyard fire. Marty and Debbie Stazak.
Did she say she wanted to read that?
No, I don't know, I was told to read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this one came from Nancy Sosnowski. This email is to reply to an open records request submitted by the village, to the village treasurer and village clerk on Tuesday, September 26, 2023. The request has been forwarded to me by the court clerk because I am the person who has access to the information requested in the aforementioned open records. The one request was total traffic tickets written by the police chief in the last 12 months, from September 26, 22 to September 26, 23. That was 26 citations. Item 2, total tickets written on the ordinance pertaining to use of the boat launch for the last 2 years, September 21 to September 23, 1 citation. Item 3, tickets written for trucks disobeying posted signs for the last 5 years, from September 18 to September of 23, 0 citations. Item 4, total tickets written on the ordinance pertaining to illegal burning for the past 5 years, September 2018 through September 2023 is 5. That's done.
I believe there's
Debbie Clark and.
Debbie Clark was already here. She already gave her. She already talked to me. I have one from a Sue Kalinsky. Hi, I'm a resident of Big Bend and would like more transparency from the village board regarding eliminating our police department. Residents are concerned and we have heard nothing from the board, which leads people to speculate and make assumptions. Please address this situation and provide reasons for this idea. Thank you. And then Mr. Coleman was here too.
That's all we have for that. We are on public comments, so Andy, I see that you sent an email asking for this to be read into to the minutes, and I see you're here, so I'll let you, you want to read it out?
Oh, go ahead.
You want to speak to this at all? I mean, it's your situation.
Okay.
Would you like this, or?
I've been living it. I've been a resident, well, I started out with Vernon back in '84, and we annexed into Big Bend roughly 20 years ago. We have a problem with our road. Has nothing to do with the police department. But 2.5 years ago at a meeting, while addressing the fire department issue, I told the DPW director that we have a pothole in front of our driveway. And he just laughed at me and said, yeah, we have roads worse than that. And that was it. A year later, while addressing the board on the fire department issue, I said, our pothole's getting bigger. And he just threw up his hands. I made a formal request last fall, a year ago, and I said, this thing's getting huge. I'm taking my skid steer and dumping gravel into it so we can drive on the street. And they saw cut around it, and that was the last of it. I put in another formal notice that we had a problem with the street last spring, and this thing's getting huge. And this time I included a picture. And there were spray paint around there, and then nothing was done. You've got a street that's got a hole in it down to the roadbed, and we've got semis going up past our house every day up to Con Oils, and it's doing nothing but pounding the street apart. And I'm trying to figure out why we have a Department of Public Works and they're not fixing the road. They came and patched up a couple potholes on Guthrie School Road this summer, and the guy come down to the end. My wife happened to see him there, and he says, well, I can't patch this. You know, 2.5 years ago, it would have taken about 2 shovelfuls of pole patch to put in. And now, as of yesterday morning, we've got pink spray paint across half the road. That's why I included the picture here. Our latest one, it always collects water when it rains. It collects ice in the wintertime. I don't know if the DPW does road patrols. I've worked with Department of Public Works people across the state of Wisconsin and some of the biggest cities, as well as counties up in Minnesota. And this is what you're supposed to be doing, is fixing roads, and it's not being done. And I'm trying to figure out if you as a board are paying attention at all to what's going on. It's ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, to fix the road now is going to be thousands of dollars. I don't know if it's ever going to be done, but it was painted up the other day, so it looks like something was being done. I guess that's about all I got to say. Anything?
Okay, respond to you.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, everybody. We appreciate your comments. We will move on off public comments to consideration and approval of the minutes of 9/7/2023.
Make a motion to dispense with reading of the minutes.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
just very minor, but under number 6, consideration of approval of minutes, section B, under the second by trustee Lewandowski, there should be a space in there.
Under item 14, trustee Grover moved to adjourn, and is also seconded by trustee Miller.
Yeah, I guess I did one of them.
I think you did.
Make a motion to accept the minutes with the 2 corrections as stated.
Everybody reviewed them? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll move forward to approval of bills. Discussion, consideration, approval of bills in the amount of, and I will make this motion to approve them, $91,771.64. Have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll move down to number 7, consideration, discussion, approval of the following temporary operator's license application and park event, fire police department event on 10/7, James Sonnenberg. Go ahead.
No, I didn't know if you had any questions. It's for our event on this Saturday, our Bags Brew and Barbecue that the fire department, police department will be having down in Village Park. We are going to be serving beer, as well as soda, food, and then a cornhole tournament that'll be going on Saturday afternoon down in Village Park. We'll be on the village, on the ball diamonds and in the pavilion area. So.
Does that take a alcohol license?
Yes, we have to have it. What we put in for is what was requested.
It was approved for safety.
Okay. Any other questions here? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the temporary liquor license for James Sonnenberg.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go back to our item number 6B, discussion, consideration, potential action regarding police services. Okay, and this brings us back to the services with the county. I believe you've heard a lot of questions here, and hopefully you can answer some of those to clear it up for the people. Can you do the things that the police here are doing currently, that they mentioned?
If you don't mind, Mr. President, have a seat up there.
Sure, come on up, yeah.
Before we get started here, I'd like to just introduce myself for the people that don't know me. I know I didn't introduce myself last time we were here, but a lot of people here tonight. My name is Inspector Jim Gum. I'm second in command of the Sheriff's Office. I'm in my 28th year of service with the Sheriff's Office. Served in many municipal patrol contracts throughout my career, supervised a municipal patrol contract, oversaw all of our municipal patrol contracts as a senior commander. And now as inspector of the agency, I'm in charge of all sworn operations, correction operations, and civilian operations for the department. I report directly to the sheriff. I also want to make it clear that me being here tonight is not to refute or dispute any of the things that your citizens have talked about here tonight. I have a lot of sympathy and understanding for the emotion and the items that they brought forward. Chief Gaglione, he was doing K-9 law enforcement in Milwaukee before K-9 was cool. And he's to be congratulated on his years of service. He runs an honorable department. I think he's a man of integrity, and that shows in the quality of the people that work for the Village of Big Bend PD. Having said that, I was asked to come and provide proposals to both the Village of Big Bend and the Village of Vernon. And I sit here as someone that has some ties. I don't live here, but I do have some ties to the Village of Big Bend. It's a family that lives here that I care about probably just as much as my very own. My godson lives here, and I've attended Rumble on the River myself on a number of occasions. Had a lot of fun there, and I love it, and intend to continue to do so, hopefully. But I kind of want to lay the groundwork for my commentary before I get into it, just to kind of give people that don't know me a sense of where I'm coming from and what I'm intending to accomplish here tonight. I'd like to give you all the best information that I can. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to give you the facts as I see them with the knowledge and the experience that I have supervising, overseeing the municipal patrol contracts for the Sheriff's Office. So with that, I'm certainly willing to answer your questions and kind of let the questioning go where it goes.
Okay, let's go back to my question about providing the things that have been talked about that the police provide here. And I'm sure you listen to them here. You know, it's a good thing they pointed out here, these little things that they do. Is this something that the Sheriff's Department can provide for this community?
Yeah, in terms of the community service events that were mentioned this evening, Rumble by the River, National Night Out, the community involvement type activities, things like house checks and well-being checks on businesses, those are things that the Sheriff's Office does routinely. Let me try to come up with a similar example to Rumble by the River. I know it's an important event for a lot of folks. The Village of Sussex has their Sussex Lions Days. And we work out agreements with the Sussex Lions to handle that security service there. As I explained to the board the last time I was here, there's many different options that the Sheriff's Office could employ to be able to provide that service at different costing levels, whether that's off-duty services, private services, or on-duty services. That it could definitely be handled. The duties that were talked about in terms of crossing guard duty, checking in on businesses, if that's what is told to the Sheriff's Office, if that's a priority, that's what you want done, then that's what's getting done. If you want the officer assisting at the school, doing crossing guard duty in the morning, then that's what the officer's going to be doing. There was some mention regarding citation disparities, and I would just like to address that to say that we do have 8 different municipal patrol contracts, and all 8 look at traffic enforcement differently. Some communities place a high priority on traffic enforcement, and we certainly are willing to do that. Again, if that's the message from the citizens and the elected officials of this community that traffic enforcement is a high priority, then it will be a high priority. There are other communities that value community patrol higher than that, and they want their officers doing more community-oriented type policing. I do have some numbers that were provided to me by the clerk of the court. In 2022, the $105,000 citation revenue is accurate. However, roughly 30-some-odd% of that is given to the state and to the county currently. That's what you're doing currently. So roughly 26,000 of that goes to the state, and about 8,900 of that goes to the county. So the 2022 full citation revenue numbers were $71,354.
Okay, I'm not saying, this is revenue based. My concern is that we have a raceway out here on 164, and I'm told that on Edgewood Avenue, it's the same thing. It's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. I guess that's where the community, those are the two of the main ones. 164 coming down the hill, of course it drops to 45 and then it drops to 35. We have people flying through there, coming off the freeway and still think it's 70 miles an hour. I personally take and live up, I have to turn on Edward to go to my house. I have people passing me on both the right and the left. So, it's a real personal concern there. And, many times, the tailgating, the people, it's not just in the morning, well, the morning traffic's so heavy, they're not speeding really, or in the afternoon. But it's throughout the day when, you have people just flying down through there. And that's the concern.
So there are 3 communities that we do provide contract services to that come to mind, just off the top of my head with that concern. The Village of Lisbon, the Village of Sussex, and the City of Pewaukee. Illinois State Highway 164 running through their communities, and we provide municipal patrol contract service to all of those communities as well. When some of the sentiment that was raised here tonight, well, like I started, and I thought it was important, but I started saying I sympathize with it, I understand it. I'm a resident of a community as well, so I know how personal police service is. It's personal to me, and it's clearly personal to everyone here in this room, and I would imagine to the residents that weren't able to make it here tonight. But when we took over those communities in the Village of Lisbon and in the City of Pewaukee, the same sentiment was raised, understandably so. And if you ask those communities now how they feel about the service, I feel pretty confident that they would tell you that they're very, very satisfied and would not want to go another direction. An example that I can provide in the City of Pewaukee, one of their city alderwomen was so against the sheriff's office providing service in the City of Pewaukee that it inspired her to run for a seat on the city council. And now, today, and I give her a lot of credit, she publicly has stated that she was misguided in that belief. And that she does believe that the sheriff's office providing services to the City of Pewaukee was the way to go. And given the same opportunity now, she would not go back. And like I said, I give her a lot of credit for being willing to publicly state that.
So, in regards to the town of Lisbon, I noticed their contract from 2022 to 2023 did raise 8.06% in 1 year. Did something change? Were more officers added? Because I know in the contract it stated 3.5%, just like ours does.
Right. Yeah, I'd have to have my business manager here to go over the exact numbers in that. I can tell you that a typical contract increase year over year has been averaging somewhere between 1.7 and 3%.
Yes,
So
I know
if you're
Pewaukee's is 9% too.
Again, I'd have to have the business manager here to speak intelligently on the numbers you're talking about. I wasn't told that we were going to be going over the numbers.
Of course we are.
Yeah.
Of course we are.
Money.
We're here tonight.
It's about the money.
That's exactly why we get all the information. This isn't an open session, John, but thank you.
May I bring one more thing?
Sure.
So I've been doing a lot of research since the last meeting because it's lit a fire under the whole community.
Sure.
Positive and negative, I do understand it. I give you guys a lot of credit, you put sorry. You put your uniform on every day not knowing if you're coming home or not. I totally get it. My dad was a firefighter for 42 years, missed lots of holidays, birthdays, everything. And some days we didn't know if he was coming home. He got injured 5 different times and he was going back. Revenue-wise, these are all the citations from 2014 to 2023 as of the middle of September. That's Big Bend. Half of it's double-sided, some of it's single-sided. This is the sheriff's department for the same month. I've been looking at this nonstop for over a week. And the revenue generated, the numbers are correct. And I do recall speaking with the court clerk, and I know there are fees that have to get paid out because my notations show $117,043 this year to date, given $84,207 is what we've actually taken in as revenue for the village. Last year was $154,512.57. Revenue actually taken in after the fees was $105,711.70. That's a lot of money, and they still do salvage as well. Are you willing to make it look like this?
If that's what the village wants us doing, that's what we would be doing. Again, I don't want to dispute anything you're saying. You clearly have done a lot of your research. If you're asking me if we would make traffic a priority, then yes, we would make traffic a priority.
How? But now being short on staff, how is that gonna be possible?
Exactly.
Correct. I mean, you guys have been up at the top of the firehouse for how long now? And we rarely see you down here.
Yeah.
What we're talking about, your board considering tonight is a dedicated contract service. That's different than the statutory coverage that you're referring to. Dedicated contract service is having the officer in this community for the amount of time that you're paying for it to be in the community and not leaving. So when you ask, how are we gonna do it? Because we'll be here every day. That's what you're referencing is wholly separate. Statutory service and dedicated service is completely different.
Everybody's happy about bringing them down here, but we rarely see them up there. And we're not gonna have the same service as we have now. It won't happen.
Well, again, sir, that's your opinion. I would point you to the communities that have contracted with us previously, like the city alderman from Pewaukee that I just mentioned previously. She believed the same thing. She really believed it. She believed it so strongly that it caused her to run for city council. And now, being on the inside and seeing it, she says I was wrong.
Are you in other two community
Well,
split
this
places?
is
Oh, sorry.
Please. This is the board's time, you have your time to talk.
Yeah, but how can we question what he's saying?
Please.
I know people that live in Pewaukee, and they said they haven't seen a cop come down their street in months.
Sir, officers, please, you need to.
I'll leave. I know that's what
Are you calling the cops and want to get rid of them?
You can stay, but you have to stay in order, sir.
As an example, I tried contacting the mayor of Pewaukee, and I was diverted to the city administrator, which was actually beneficial, because he was the mayor at the time, I believe in 2009, when Pewaukee made the switch. And they had a big uproar when that happened. I think they had like 25 officers. But he's the city administrator now. He said it was like flipping the switch. Once it happened, he said they had more boots on the ground. He said they had some issues with their police chief. He had some detectives that were sitting around, so they weren't sitting around anymore, they were on the street. And they've had that contract for the last January, he said it'd be 14 years. They're totally satisfied with it.
All of our municipal patrol contracts are fully staffed.
But their contract's also over 32 hours.
And he also said they saved over $1 million the first year of that contract. It's been more ever since.
I'm not arguing, I know, but in the last 3 years, it's gone up 29.2% for people. I mean, how much is it gonna, it's gonna keep going, just like our budget for our police department, it's gonna keep going up.
soon enough, we're gonna have less service and be paying the same damn price we're paying now, and we're not gonna have the personability that we do.
Just want to make sure that we're speaking apples and oranges. A lot of our municipal patrol contracts have increased staff. So when you see increases in the cost, that's because they've chosen to add additional officers. So to say that the contract has gone up by 19% or whatever you reference,
Sure.
I mean, that's because
There
that
is always a
community
reason. I get it.
that community has chosen to significantly increase the size of the officers that patrol the community.
And that's gonna be the same, if Vernon actually went through and approved it, that would be the case with theirs, because they're contracted only for 40-hour coverage now. They would get more than that, but they're also gonna be paying more, so the cost would reflect the difference.
Yes, that's correct.
I guess, you know, there's a big question about that personal connection with the assigned officers. I know that Vernon is very happy with Walt, I believe is in name or something like that.
Typically, the way that we work it, if the contract were to be approved, we would allow the community, the elected officials to select the officer that they want patrolling their community. So the board would have input and decision-making authority on the officers that you want patrolling your community. Those officers would be dedicated to the village of Big Bend, and they would be assigned to this community, no different than the officers that work here now. When I patrolled the village of Sussex, I did for 5 years. When I was a deputy sheriff with the sheriff's office, I was assigned to a municipal patrol contract and assigned to Sussex. I reported to Sussex every day. I became an integral part of that community. I attended their events, I went to their businesses, I got to know the families, I got to know the business owners, and then eventually I went on and I supervised that contract. Supervised the village of Lisbon, village of Merton, and the village of Sussex. In all three communities, we were integral part of their day-to-day fabric. No different than the men and women of Big Bend, Big Bend Police Department that I respect very much. But I can honestly say, and I feel very comfortable saying it, that sheriff's deputies have just as much dedication, just as much commitment to the communities that they patrol, just as much connection to the communities that they patrol. And that isn't, and like I wanted to start off my commentary here by saying that's not to refute or dispute anything that's been said. But I do feel very strongly, because I worked there for 28 years, and work with these men and women every day, that the ones that are assigned to the municipal patrol contracts have just as much connection to those communities.
I know on the initial contract, it said draft on it, and that's basically all it was a draft of a contract. And there's been some changes to that, which, and when we took the vote, we said that there would be some amendments to that. And one, of course, would be and I believe you said that's done, and you brought a newer contract. And it says the cost will be split between Vernon and Big Bend, whereas in the other contract, it said, you know, one total price, you know, so.
Do we have this contract?
No, he brought it with him, and we'll have to take a look at it, you know.
Can I get that email too, please?
I can email them too. There was some indemnification language that your attorney's office had asked for. And
Liability issues, yes.
Liability language that has been added, as well as the cost sharing.
Right. You know, one of the concerns that was brought up was Norris. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So there's no doubt about it that Norris is a service draw, but that's a situation that we're in constant communication with the executive directors of Norris and the village of Vernon. And in my commentary to the village of Vernon, I've indicated to them that if in fact we were to move forward with this, that we could not have the Norris drawing from the agreement between the two communities. So if it came down to it, where the sheriff's office had to cover Norris through statutory service, then that's what we would do. The contract that we're entering into is a contract, and the sheriff's office would do everything in its power to make sure that we're adhering to the terms of the contract. So if we have a service draw in one area, we would be addressing that, and the sheriff has ways to deal with that. So we have the statutory coverage cars that could respond to those areas to handle that if it was an unfair draw or an unfair service extension.
And I've heard this being a private business up there, that basically they're required to have their own security force, and that's something that they're working on and addressing.
In terms of the requirements, I don't want to speak to that, in terms of what they need, but yes, as the service draw continues, there was at one point that they did have their own, they contracted with us actually, to have their own, and then the service levels dropped, and they didn't think they needed it anymore. But that conversation is ongoing with them in terms of where they're gonna head with that.
Okay, I just have a couple more things. One being, where's Eric? People would like to know. I'm sure he would like to be here.
Yes, he would like to be here. Two things on that. Number one, he is at the Badger Sheriff's Conference. He sits on the legislative and executive committee, and he is up there now serving in his capacity as the sheriff, doing that, number one. Number two, the sheriff recognizes the sensitivity. You guys haven't voted on this yet. He's an elected official. You all are elected officials. What he does not want to have happen is he doesn't want it to be perceived that he's using the office of the sheriff, which comes with a pretty high level of authority, to be placing any undue pressure on any local communities to make decisions that are in their best interest. If in fact this community decides to go with sheriff services, I can guarantee you that you will see Sheriff Severson. But he respects all of you and your individual authorities, and did not want to be in a position where it could be construed, even though it wouldn't be the case, and I think all of you know that, but he did not want to be in a position where it could be construed that he was placing any undue influence on your decision.
Okay, thank you. The response time was a big issue. I heard that in many comments. Would you like to respond to that?
Sure, and I'll be honest, it's somewhat of a criticism, and it's a criticism of the dispatch center that Big Ben goes with now. It's the joint dispatch center, and the current CAD software that they have does not track response times. And it's a criticism that those of us in executive positions have been levying for a long time. And the county is in the process of an RFP to replace that system. Deputy Inspector Esser is with me tonight. He sits on the committee that's overseeing that. And I can tell you that tracking of response times is one of the biggest areas that we're adamant about that we want in the new system. So just that on the tracking of it, the current software doesn't allow for that. In terms of the response times in general, like I said before, for people that don't know the difference, what you're talking about going into is contracted service, not statutory coverage. So the car would be here in this community responding to the calls for service. Now, no doubt about it, I'm not gonna sit here and blow smoke. What you're considering going into is a shared service agreement. So, might the car be coming from the village of Vernon? Yes, it might. I mean, that's a consideration that you guys are all taking into account, and I would be disingenuous to say anything different. Having said that, they'll be here in this community and in and around Vernon, so that the response times would be in accordance with that. They wouldn't be outside of that community unless it was brought up this evening that there's a serious life-threatening emergency, but that exists today. I mean, if there's a life-threatening emergency up on 164 just outside of the village, and the Big Ben car is right there, I'm going to venture to guess they're going to go. So that type of emergency situation that exists now, and that wouldn't change.
I think that's all the questions I had there. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Gum?
I got a couple, three. So, first of all, thank you for coming tonight. I also want to say thank you to everyone in the crowd. I've taken a lot of notes for everything that everybody has to say. I will say to everyone in this room that I am always open. Please come to me if you have concerns, if you're upset about something or you're excited about something, anything in between, please get in touch with me. questions that I have, first of all, one of the biggest things, takeaways of everyone's comments tonight, the people that I were able to speak with before this, the letters that were read in as well. Every comment that I have seen, people have passion for this community. They have passion for the police department, fire department, everyone else that's been able to take care of them through time. I'm apparently still a newcomer to this community at 7 years, but I've been here long enough to see that. I grew up in a similar situation down in Missouri where my family still lives. How can you convince everybody in this room that the services that you're going to offer, that relationships that have grown through the years will be able to be duplicated, replicated, if you will, through the Waukesha Sheriff's Department municipal services? I know you've addressed a little bit of it, but I'd like to try to expand on that a little bit further to try to allow people to use that as they're making their judgments.
Sure, yeah, that's understandable. I mean, I think it would be naive of me to think that I'm gonna just sit here in a matter of 10 minutes, get people to feel about me or the sheriff's office the way that they feel about the police department that they've lived with and relied on in the circumstances that some of the citizens have talked about this evening. That would be a unwinnable situation for me. What I can say is our track record, and I feel very confident in it. We've been with the Village of Sussex for over 30 years. We've been with the Village of Lisbon for approximately 20 years. We've been with the City of Pewaukee, which is a sizable community. People said there's no way that the Sheriff's Office can come in and replace our police department. And we hired, I think, approximately 19 of their officers and brought them on, integrated them into the Sheriff's Department, and by all accounts, it's been a resounding success. So as I indicated before, Trustee Hodershell, I personally worked in a municipal patrol contract, personally oversaw one, worked day to day, hand in hand now with the deputies that work in those communities. As a mid-level supervisor, I would go to the towns and the villages that contracted with us, meet with their elected officials, and by and large, not always, but by and large, the vast majority just express overwhelming passion and connection and a feeling of family, not at all unlike what was expressed here this evening. But trust takes time. Trust takes time to build. And at the Sheriff's Office, we understand that. We understand that there, if in fact this elected body chooses to contract with the Sheriff's Office, we've done it before. And like I said, we've been in the municipal patrol contract business for decades. We know what it takes to be successful because we've done it. We have a track record of it. That's not to say that there hasn't been hiccups, along the way, and in any political environment where there's differing of opinions and differing priorities, those things happen. But the fact that these communities have stuck with us as long as they have, I think is a testament that once the trust is built, that they've chosen to continue with the service. Yeah.
How different is this that you're seeing the reaction from the community, the passion of the community? How different is this from some of the other municipalities that you went through the same type of process?
It's identical. Okay. It's identical. The things that were shared here this evening, I believe, are from the heart and very true, and very passionately heartfelt commentary. And like I said, that's why I wanted to start my commentary with it. I don't want to take any of that away or minimize it in any shape or form. But there is another side to that, and the other side to that is once a chance is given to the Sheriff's Office, I've seen it, I've been through it, I've worked through it, both in Lisbon and the City of Pewaukee, and both of those communities would tell you now we love the sheriff's office, we love the deputies that are assigned to our communities, and the exact same stories that were shared here tonight are shared about the deputies that patrol in those communities. But trust takes time.
Got a couple of technical questions for you about the contract and kind of your envisionment on it. Patrol times. So right now, the way the contract is written is it's a 50-50 split for the monetary commitments by both communities, both Vernon and Big Bend. Does that also mean that you would have a patrol time split of 50-50, or how do you envision that that would come through?
That would be the effort. As we know, crime knows no jurisdictional boundaries. So you're talking about entering into a shared service agreement. So yes, that would be the intent, a split of service. I mean, we have to track that, coming up with a tracking mechanism, whether that's through tracking sheets or utilizing the software that we have to track that time. But at the same time, I'm going to be honest, there has to be an expectation that you're sharing the service with another community, and from on any given day, if you pull the numbers and say, okay, out of an 8-hour shift, you were in the village of Big Bend for 4 hours and 50 minutes, and you were only in Vernon for this amount of time, I mean, that would get pretty difficult to try and manage, where we just stop patrolling one community and then go into another. So entering into it, there would need to be an acceptance that you're sharing the service. And in any shared agreement, there's give and take. Having said that, that's why we would come every month and provide reports. We have supervisory oversight to ensure that it's as close as absolutely possible, given the fact that we employ human beings, not robots and computers, and to make it as even as absolutely possible.
So we'll be lacking service then, because we're gonna be sharing it, so it's not the same service that we have. It's gonna be minimized between the two, which I understand, it's a shared service contract. But, as everybody's sitting up here saying it's the same thing that we have, it's not.
Thank you.
100%, it is not the same thing we have.
Thank you.
No offense to that, but I just don't think this is right for this village, at all.
None taken.
And I do think that everybody here needs to reconsider this. There's other ways we can do this and save money.
That's where I think, you both have made comments to that. And, here or on the media, we are very open to looking at those. What are your suggestions?
I'm willing to work for free. You don't have to pay me to be here. I'm here for the people. So why don't we, it's a small savings, but it's a savings nonetheless. I'm willing to give up my paycheck.
Why aren't we sharing DPW? Eric always says almost every month that they're borrowing something from Vernon all the time. Why don't we have shared services with that?
We looked at that, and to share that service, it would cost us more than what we have right now. We looked at going with mosquito, and they kind of laughed at us and said, for what you pay your DPW director, you just will stick with him because it's gonna be a much higher contract to come with us. And the same thing with Vernon, basically. So yes, when we looked at shared service, we looked at every single department to see, how can we do this? We don't want to make cuts.
I understand, but we've had the police department for 82 years, and we've managed it and maintained it. I understand we have a debt ceiling, but that's one thing that shouldn't be played with.
So what can be then, Josh? And I know that
Well, this is something we can figure out.
And you as well, Tracy, you've been talking about this a lot, that there's other places we can cut. DPW, I'll go back to that. Not only that, but we looked at shared services with fire. We looked at shared services with police. We offered Vernon our police department. I don't know if everybody in here is aware of that.
That was quite a while back.
It was not quite a while back.
How
It was
far
2
back
years
was it?
ago.
Okay,
22.
when it became a
Or 21, I'm
See-
sorry.
But see, they want to share that contract now because they want slightly less service.
What?
They don't want to pay that full bill and have that full service.
So if I understand correctly, our offering to them was almost identical in cost, but they wanted the ability to be able to choose the patrol officers that were on the roads, and our chief did not want that to be in the contract, and they dismissed the contract offer.
And if I could just interject real quick, just to be clear, I just want to make sure that we're speaking apples and oranges. The proposal here does increase the cost for the village of Vernon. Their cost would go up, not go down.
Correct, but we're splitting it in half.
I'm only speaking to the cost.
Right.
The comment was made that their cost goes down, that their cost is actually going up.
By somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000.
Right, but they're also supposedly getting increased time now that they have more coverage that we're gonna be splitting between them.
And, you know, when you look, you know, we're in a big circle here. And you know how our communities are laid out. You know, Big Bend is so bordered everywhere by Vernon.
It's intermixed with Vernon.
Yeah, so an officer patrolling Vernon pretty much has to drive through Big Bend to patrol any part of that. And when you look at situations like patrolling, when you're down 164, you're patrolling both Vernon and Big Bend. The same with Edgewood, the same with when you go down Janesville or L or whatever it might be, you know. So, you know, I don't want to cut either, but where you help me out here. Because
This isn't what we should be doing. We gotta figure another way.
Well, people say that, you know,
I'm open for the other ways,
I know,
Josh.
but I ain't gonna give it to you right, I'm not gonna be able to give it to you right now.
I've sat here for, so the first time that I brought this up was back in 2018, a long time before I was
Obviously,
still
I
on
was
the board.
Right.
I came in and I listened to the auditors, and the auditors talked about the prior 2 years of financial. Jamie Sonnenberg, are you still in here? He was president at the time. He remembers that talk. We talked about it still. Whenever I went through and I talked about all this, and it was whenever we had made the realization of the debt and we had to do short-term borrowing to just get last few months payroll for 2 years, and a whole bunch of other things were mass accumulating. And it was reaching a point where we had to take a look at all of our services. And I had said that we need to take a look at shared services in 2018 for fire department, for the police services, for DPW. DPW, we have one full-time employee. That is the director of the DPW. He makes well below the average for a DPW director. He has no benefits. He has 2 part-time individuals. One's part-time mostly in the summer, the other one is a retiree that comes in occasionally. That is our DPW department. We've offered that through the shared services to other communities, but we don't have anything to give. You sit on DPW, we've talked about that.
I know.
We've talked about the road conditions.
Absolutely.
The roads, right now, the budget is $12,000 a year to take care of the roads. Mr. Hipkins,
Isn't the way to do it.
Mr.
You
Hipkins,
send these people that put you in the
potholes
seat that you sit
before
in now. They don't want it. So we gotta figure something else out, don't we? I mean, the people,
I've been
they're
trying now for
our
about 5
bosses.
years.
They're our bosses. They're ultimately the people who say what we do.
okay, well, we don't want to do it. How do we take and get a full-time clerk? Of course, we'll keep some part-timers too, but how do we get a full-time clerk that's gonna cost, you know, basically the minimum we're gonna have to pay is 80,000 plus benefits. So just that one area, because right now, we have 3 retired people that come in here and they're very low paid with no benefits, and they couldn't do it if they didn't have the benefits from.
Do we not have to supply a clerk when they move in over here to the office?
What's that?
If we were to accept this contract, do we not have to supply a clerk for them over here?
No, I didn't say anything about a clerk over there. We have a clerk, that's your, we pay
There's a
the
portion
contract.
of the contract that states the clerk, plus we're supposed to become a liaison as well.
Would you mind addressing they're talking about moving the substation here and how that would affect that, because that's kind of where they're going with this.
Okay, there's no requirement for, not on our end for doing that. I would assume there would be someone you'd want us to report to and talk to every day, and typically that's the village clerk. But in terms of having someone, I'm trying to follow what you're asking, in terms of having someone specifically employed or staffed to be a liaison to the sheriff's office or clerk to the sheriff's office, that's not a requirement.
In our contract, though, the drafted contract, it states that we're supposed to have a community liaison.
Yeah, that's the individual that I spoke to that you would like us to report to.
Just wanted to clarify.
And then your department would handle all the administration?
Of the officers, and yes, so all the squad cars, the staff, the uniforms, the contracts, that's all handled by the county. So if you're paying for a squad car to be here, if the car hits a deer or there's an accident or it's damaged, it's immediately replaced. It was mentioned that yes, that it would be the intent of the sheriff to move the substation down to the village of Big Bend, along with a detective. So in addition to the contracted deputies, you would have roughly 2 deputies on every shift, as well as a detective working out of this community. What does that mean? Now again, and to be what I commented earlier, those additional people are statutory deputies that are responsible for covering the whole southeast area. Well, what does that mean? That means that those deputies are starting and ending the shift in your community, most likely having lunch in your community, meeting with the other deputies in the community. When we have a contract with the community, it is a relationship. It's a relationship with that community. And the trust that I spoke of earlier, that's how it's built. They have their meals in the community, they talk to the business owners in the community, and they build those relationships over time. Even relationships with folks that are skeptical on it.
So, I go back to this whole thing. I have thoughts in 2 different directions here. So, first of all, one of the main reasons that I came onto the board was for fiscal responsibility, because they did not want us to see that we were on the edge of basically potentially being taken over by the state and dissolved because we were so far in debt. I saw that, I knew that I needed to try to help so that we could be more responsible for the spend of our money. The drastic increase in our mill rates that we had back in 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we can't sustain that again. And I've challenged every place that I can look at to see if we could potentially find a way to either make more revenue or to try to cut into places where it's not going to be something that we're jeopardizing the services that we have. We don't have that much income. We're looking at what, Jeff, this year? 1.3 million for our income? Someplace right in there?
Somewhere, yeah, 1.3, 1.5.
1.5? We've reassessed. That doesn't mean that the taxes, the amount of tax we're bringing in is going to increase. It just means reallocation of what we currently have in the way of levy caps and so forth. We're at a turning point here where we need money to be able to even get economic development done and even do studies on the corridors up by the road so that we can find out how we can try to get that developed to get more taxes, more income back to us. Most of the large places, everybody talks about Fleet Farm, which was right before I came into the board. Whatever the box store was up there, they basically wanted everything there. They wanted water and sewer, curb, sidewalks, asphalt on the streets and everything. And it came at a cost of $12 to $13 million was the estimate. We have $1.3, $1.5 million income per year. We were already in debt at that point. We were at debt of $5.5 million. And we were at that brink of not being able to do anything else. We right now can't spend $40,000 just to do an economic study so that we have an envisionment on how we're going to be able to grow this community in the next 15 to 30 years. We're at that point right now. And we need to be able to get some budget to be able to grow so that we can then get more budget to protect what we want. I have to look at all this stuff. I had the same type of reaction occurred whenever we looked at shared services with the fire department, with Vernon. A lot of you were sitting in this room that made comments back about that a year and a half ago. Nobody wants to give up some of the programs, and I get that. I understand the passion behind it, but we're not out of debt right now until 2034 is the sunset date on our debt. We're going to be paying that much, and it actually increases in the next few years on our debt every single year. I'm not getting into the details of how we got there. I understand that. Nobody wants to go back and look at the past on it, but we can't go back to the past again. We can't take on more debt to protect everything that we have. So we're going to have to make priorities. I said it months ago, we're going to get contentious this year on our budget, and I remain there. I didn't know it was going to be focused in on the police and law enforcement, but I'm not going to sit here and let us go further into debt on things. We've got to get out of this, but we have to move forward with development and in the right direction of this community. We don't have the right people in charge to get to where we need to go. We're going to be taken advantage of time and time again. By the people that come in to want to grow, but not necessarily with our interests in their favor. These are all things that we're having to try to consider. Now, that's my first thing. And yes, I did vote for this last time. I voted for it so we could sit right here where we're at now and have these conversations. I don't like how we went about it. I'm glad that we took back the vote tonight. I'm glad that it's now not on, it's not a vote. We still have to retake that if we do. And I will say this, I'm not satisfied with the contract. I haven't seen the updated contract, first of all, but I'm not convinced that we're where we need to be with the contract. This is a three-way contract, and we only have a two-way communication pathway right now. We have a presented contract from Waukesha Sheriff's to us, Waukesha Sheriff's to Vernon, but we have no interconnectivity between us and Vernon. How are we going to handle things? Important questions. What if one or the other community drops out and decides not to have this contract anymore? How is that going to affect us?
One's gonna have to absorb it.
And that's part of my concern, Tracy.
Correct.
It's been my concern since we took the first vote. Some of you, I don't even know if some of you are still out there that I've discussed with this, but it's something I have to see. I'm not, even though I like the concept, I understand everybody's passion behind it, and I have to take that into consideration, but whenever it comes down to it, I have to protect this village. I cannot be in favor of this right now because we don't have that three-way contract. If somebody, at some point, if we can get that and get that communication, that linkage piece together, then I'll be up for sitting down and reconsidering this again. We have to.
Vernon needs to come and make a presence. I know there's probably somebody talking to him out there, and it's sure as heck ain't most of us.
This all comes down to money, because back in 2007, there was discussion with the sewer and water and development up by the interchange. That was back in 2007, and they were supposed to do it in three phases. And in 2013, when they did 164, at that time you had an opportunity to put in a sewer. We got a sewer pipe in there. It's been there for 10 years. It doesn't go anywhere. We paid $1.4 million for that for the last 10 years. It's still not paid off. At the time they were proposing this, it was $4 million for a sewage treatment plant, which they wanted to put in the park and then drain into the river. We have a report from Applied Technologies in 2020 that said the sewage treatment plant would cost $7.544 million. Where would we get that kind of money? And then there's some people that talk today about getting development up there and all that, but how? We just don't have the money.
That's where we need to look at the...
And that's part of the debt we're still paying. $1.45 million. It's been in the ground for 10 years.
The comprehensive plan that we looked at, marketing through the economic development team that we don't have, that's the stuff that we need to try to do it and do it right so it fits this community and we don't get stuck with things that's not going to benefit us. But we don't have the money to do it. Right now, just three facts, and I'll shut up for the rest of this. Big Bend has the largest debt per capita load of similar villages in Waukesha County. We've been in the top tier for years on the real estate tax mill rates for the state. I think it was 3 years ago, we were in the top 3. And we're also at 1.5 times the per capita spend on law enforcement. This is all found through the Wisconsin Policy Forum 2021 data if you want to go take a look for it. Otherwise, get a hold of me and I'll send it to you. Somebody had mentioned about the budgets as well. The budgets can, that's public information. If it's not, it should be on our website.
It is not. There's nothing current.
If it's not, then you can request it through the village hall here.
That's
I
very
apologize.
difficult.
Our IT is in shambles too, because we have no money to take care of it.
When you don't have staff, it's very difficult to do. But if you,
Do it, you guys.
if you wanted to,
It costs money,
please,
we don't have the money.
please come to the clerk and I'll give you the budget. And the budget, you know, it's out there. It's brought to the public before it's passed. But if you want a copy of any part of the budget, any section of it, you can get it anytime you want. It's open. So, you know, I've heard people say, we're willing to raise taxes. Are you willing to save this kind of money to pay an extra $500 per household?
Yes.
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 Absolutely. Yep.
Hey, we can raise taxes. We found a way to do it.
Have a referendum, let the people speak. Let the people make that decision. It's a big decision, let them make it, and then we'll go with it whenever it turns out to be.
we want-
And we will figure it out.
If we want to take a referendum, I have 2 facts to give you on it. Again, this can be found looking at our tax, just through the GIS system. It's where I pulled it off. I tapped 3 random households just to get the information on it. So right now, the suggestion is given to me on a $1 per 1,000 mill rate increase through referendum. If we do that, it's approximately a 12% increase for the taxes that we as a whole would pay back to the village. That doesn't mean to the county or the state or school tax or any of that other stuff. Right now, our current mill rate for 22, coming in, or for last year basically, coming into 23, is 8.4%. It's 8.39, a whole bunch of numbers after that. Just as a comparison, last year, Mosquito was at 3.8, Vernon is 1.9, and the village of Waukesha is 1.45. So again, we're at 8.4, and the rest of them are below 4 and below basically in the ones. That means that's how much dollars per 1,000 of assessed value that you're paying. Just to keep in mind, Mukwonago schools, you probably all have received the ask for your opinion on some stuff. They're looking to rebuild the middle school, and that's going to be a 0.69 increase, which is an 8.3% school district increase at the same time. They're looking to probably put that onto the ballot come springtime for the district. Now, that's just facts. I'm not for or against it. I'm just saying that's where we're at.
Let me give you a little more information. We asked our engineers to, well, it actually came through DPW, to give us some numbers on our roads and rate them. We have 5 roads right now in the village that have been in horrible shape. They're rated number 1, which is poor. They've been that way for, I understand, possibly 30 years or something like that. Just to fix those 5 roads that need to be done immediately is $1.689 million. The next category, number 2, has two roads on it. It's another $940,000 to do those. So you're well over $2 million to basically fix 7 roads. And then you have a whole list of number 3s there. You know, to fix them up to where they should be, it's another $500,000. And then you have a whole list of number 4s that is gonna be another $600,000. And all of and there's a few number 5s that basically can just use crack sealing. No, there's another number 5, $643,000 just to bring them up where they should be. Number 6s and 7s, there's several of them there that can just use crack sealing to bring it up. So you can see there's a lot of cost here for roads, for the people that live in this village. I'm sorry, but they're being ignored because there's no money to take care of these roads.
And the money that we do get from the state, it's called, it's evaluated through PASER ratings that Jeff was talking about. I initiated this study this summer. I've heard so much about roads, even Mr. Hempkin tonight and his massive pothole right in front of his driveway, I get it. It's been there, he's complained about it before, but at $12,000 budget to take care of that stuff, it does not get you very far. His one pothole will be more than that $12,000 budget. It's $4.8 million in the next 5 years is the estimate right now. If you cook in, and that's just to repave, just basically resurface the roads. If you kick in having to put in new culverts, adjusting the ditch lines, some of the curb and, I want to say curb and gutter, but yeah, curb and gutter, sidewalk work and so forth, it's more than the estimate of $6 million across 5 years. And that's just to get us up to standard. I don't know how many people live on roads that are pretty bad right now, but it's the majority of them. We've got challenges. We've got a lot of challenges with a lot of big money after it. I am open for any suggestions of how we can accomplish this. I have been after this goal for 5 years of the 7 that I've been here. I don't want to cut programs. I hate doing that. But sooner or later, we got to look at priorities. Do we want roads? You guys care? We can go back to gravel. Coat them with oil every once in a while, I guess. I don't know. I'm open for any suggestions. Please, let me know. My phone's open.
Any other thoughts, any other ideas? It sounds like people are willing to have their taxes increased, but I can tell you, the previous board that sat here was voted out because they increased the taxes twice in 2 years, which came up to the amount of 33% increase.
Sounds like you probably maybe voted out for getting rid of the police department. I mean, where's the options here? I'm just saying, we got to come up with something different. We can't just keep going back on the status quo. There's something, we got to come up with something.
Let me tell you, Josh, that may not be the worst thing in the world, because it's almost a volunteer thing anyway. And we don't see many people stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, I'd like to come in here and be on this board or be your leader and come up with great ideas that I can please everybody. I've reduced our village amount, and nobody cared. Nobody even cared. We reduced them by 30%. But boy, when we raised it back up to where it was 3 years later, oh my gosh, you guys are gonna get rich. If I put the time in my previous job that I put here, I would have doubled my money. And I was making good money in the first place.
Yeah, Josh, I'm with you. I'm not in this for the money. I'll give up my salary if that's gonna help anything.
Well,
it's not that much to begin with.
It's a small amount. You're right. It's not going to equate a lot, but you know what? It's extra income.
I wish I could give benefits to everybody that works for the village,
Sure.
full or part-time. That was gonna cost us $120,000 a year.
I get that.
Yeesh. Anybody in benefits, insurance, want to help us out? I gotta have some people doing some jobs that might be able to help.
We need ideas. It's easy to complain, really easy to complain. I can pick apart just about anything if I put my mind to it, but give us some ideas.
You don't want us to talk about it.
Financial advisor.
Well, send us a note or something.
Financial advisor.
We do have, on a positive note, we have a corporation that's looking to come in. We've approved their COG, and now it's up to them in their corner to make the next move, which is to purchase the property and make the final arrangements by the end of the year. If this corporation does come in, it's going to be their headquarters, and it's going to draw in $8 to $10 million worth of improvements. So we have a start. And this is a great fit, because first of all, it fits into where they're going. Second of all, they don't need any improvements, which is good because we can't offer. They don't need water, they don't need sewer.
They probably won't need police services either, like a retail store would.
Do you know how much their equipment costs?
Right? I mean, more than
One piece of
that.
equipment's $500,000, you're gonna wanna guard that for your life.
I'm sure they'll have security. What I'm saying is if we had a big box store up there, there would be a need for greater police coverage for retail theft and all the things that would go on in a bigger retail store. You know what that's all about. That's not gonna happen here.
How much does it
But the good thing is they do bring in $40 million in revenue a year from what they've stated.
So we have attracted some business there. Anyway, this is, you know, our discussion here on this regarding the police service, and I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody's comments and everything else. To move this along, I would recommend that we take and get the contract, you know, to the board members, and, you know, it's still gonna be a draft. I mean, we handed out to everybody else when it was still in the draft form. So we need to make sure that's better addressed in there, that it's still a draft. You know, when we make copies and all that kind of stuff. Let the board digest it and come back mid-month or so, table it for now, come back mid-month and see what we wanna do. Maybe the citizens will feel happy about contacting the trustees of how they can come up with ideas to help us out. You know, I don't think anybody has a problem either giving up our opinions. It's not making my family rich.
Right, mine either. I'm not saying it doesn't equate to much, but it's more than what was there. I'm not opposed to it.
I didn't even know we got paid until I got my first pay. I was volunteering for my community, truthfully.
Obviously.
That's basically what we're doing anyways. You know, I have no problem with that. I really don't. Is it gonna make a
A
difference?
little is a little.
But
Make a difference.
is everybody willing to do that also? Because everybody wants something for their department. Yeah, the police has come back and said, yeah, they can cut from their initial, you know, down to quite a bit less than that.
Is that meeting still on Monday?
I didn't know we had any.
Here we have on October 9th, I believe.
Yeah, we have negotiations on Monday. Wondering if it was still on. Figured I'd ask. So we can find ways to save money. And then we can show you the revenues that we can bring in as well, so there's not gonna be any cost savings.
It's 10 a.m. on the 9th.
Yeah, Monday.
Yeah, let's talk.
Okay.
At 10. So, that being said, anyone want to make a motion to do that?
What meeting was on the night?
With the police union?
We scheduled that back in July when we first met.
I'm sorry, there's been a lot going on.
What's that?
There's been a lot going on, but I do have a calendar.
Yeah, it's on my calendar, so I was wondering.
It's on my,
I would,
All right.
right off the top of my head, no, I don't have that.
That's personnel and finance, right?
Yes. Okay, anybody want to make a motion to table it at this
I
time?
would like to make a motion to table this.
I second it.
Any other discussion?
One other comment I have is I'm going to encourage all of us, whomever might be on this board next year, to start, and I've said this time and time again, we have to start at the first of the year to do these budgets. We cannot wait until September and October to do this. We have to get these things out of the way earlier so that we have time to properly take a look at everything. The process has to start earlier. If you said that July, whenever you guys started?
Oh yeah, we reached out early.
we actually started in September.
We reached out in July, that's when the reopener is. Yep.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And that passes. I think we've handled everything else on the agenda, so we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye. Great. I felt great like Oh, yes.
I do, I don't know your name.
I will take what I can. Show up more. It's good to see
You've been here, right? That's our first vote. And they got that, they won't receive it. And not by the drug But did they try to down it so very quiet?
A lot of people were saying, ways they're not. Police chiefs will do.
wasn't in the contract, but I wanted to make sure, like, that doesn't change except for big bed
Talks to everyone.
Yeah, I hear, like, obviously,
Anything I can do to help, please let me know. Otherwise, that's what I'm supposed to do.
my big thing is the actual number, you look at the actual numbers. So a lot of these contracts on my neighbors.
So one of the things I told your dad, I told other people I talked to, I sit on the board, I can't work to I can't suggest anything. Which I can't touch with the tool. So what I look at is the raw numbers before and use the word consent. But definitely and our citations not to say it's going to be some of those COVID drugs, told me your officers and stop people.
You know what, and I'm like,
Can you kill the fans just so you know?
I don't know.
The clerk's still there.
No, I'm just saying, I don't stay back. There's always two different sides to a lot of different things.